Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and start the class. As usual, you're going to be able to watch this over at youtube.com. So I'm going to go get the link for that. So it's going to be over here. Go ahead and grab that link. And for everybody who wants to watch the live stream over at youtube.com, this is going to be where you're going to be able to do that. If you need to go back and watch the recording from earlier, then you're going to be able to do that from this link as well. Okay, so everybody, let's go ahead and start today's lesson. All right, so this is HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking session number 3. So we've been doing this series on network hacking, and hopefully by the end of this course, you're going to be able to do some basic network hacking exercises. So let's go ahead and start the session. So this is the third session for network hacking. Let's go over the concepts that we covered in the previous session. So the first thing we covered 3 different protocols last class, and the first protocol we went over, this is a common network protocol. This is called the FTP service. So FTP service, this stands for File Transfer Protocol. This is usually running on networking port number TCP port number 21, and its main purpose is to do file storage and transfer. So it's a common networking service which allows users to upload and download files. So we figured out how to use the service, how to connect to it, and how to download those files, and that was the first networking service we took a look at. The second one we took a look at is the SMB service. So SMB service, this stands for Server Message Block, and this is also a very common networking protocol that you're going to see online. It works on TCP port 445 and 139 usually, and this is used for file sharing and printer sharing. So the SMB service is a file and printer sharing service that is most commonly associated with the Windows OS. So Windows very commonly uses this service, but you'll also find it on Linux machines as well, usually when they're trying to work on a network with some Windows machines. All right, so let's move on to the last service that we took a look at last time, and that's the Telnet service. So Telnet stands for Telecommunications Network. It usually works on TCP port number 23, and its main purpose is to do remote login for users. So when we say remote login, it's basically logging into a computer that is not your current computer. And it's a service that allows remote terminal login, and is the predecessor to the SSH service. So Telnet in particular is a service that you don't see very much anymore, but sometimes you will see it occasionally when you interact with some very old networks. So what are we going to be doing this class? Thank you very much, ViVom. ViVom or VVom, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. So in this session, we're going to be covering a few different topics. We're going to be talking about web service enumeration, and we're going to be using a few different tools to interface with a remote server, or remote web server rather. And that's going to be the dirb tool, the nikto tool, and the gobuster tool. So we'll go over what these tools do and how to use them in just a little bit. Game Boy says, holla, Game Boy, nice to see you here on YouTube. And yeah, welcome to the stream. So we're just going to be doing some basic web app enumeration today. So the question you might ask, because this is a network hacking course, why are we learning about web stuff? So this is a network hacking course. Why are we learning how to enumerate web servers? If you think a little bit about it, web servers and web apps are actually part of networks. So that's because web services are network services. In fact, web services are among the most popular networking services. So when we talk about network hacking, we talk about web app hacking, well, they're kind of part of the same family. So we're going to be using a try hack me module to do today's exercises. So what I want you to do is I want you to check out this try hack me room. And if you don't have an account over at try hack me, you can make one for free. And this is the room that we're going to be covering over here. So I'll just put it into chat for everybody. Here you go. And what I want you to do is I want you to, well, I'll demonstrate what to do. Okay, so I'm just going to leave the room to simulate what it looks like when you first come into this room. So after you've logged into TryHackMe, you want to go over to this link, the one that we provided in the chat. And when you come across this room over here, you're going to see this little button over here on the right-hand side of the screen. It's labeled Join Room. So what I want you to do is I want you to click on the Join Room button. And then after that, you want to click on the Task 1 banner, Task 1 header over here. So go ahead and click on that. And then you're going to see a green Start Machine button. So this green Start Machine button, that's going to start up the virtual machine that we're going to be interacting with today. So go ahead and click on that button under task number 1. DaggerRB says, hi DaggerRB, nice to see you here. And Tercero or Tercero says, hola, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream, guys. All right, so after you click on that, you're going to see this red banner over here. It says Target Machine Information, DVWA. So the people who just came by, if you want to join in with us, we're doing this TryHackMe room over here. Tercero says, I'm little programmer. Great, nice to see you here. And yeah, so if you wanted to take part yourself, you can go ahead and log into your TryHackMe and then access this room. R says, thank you for teaching. No problem, I'm here to teach. Okay, so the other thing you want to do is you want to click on the Start Attack Box button, and you're going to see it underneath at the top of the web page, just to the bottom of this little icon here that says DVWA. So click on the Start Attack Box button, and what that's going to do is it's going to split up the web browser view. It's by default it splits it in half like this, and we're initializing our attack box right now. So what is the attack box? The attack box is a TryHackMe virtual machine with a bunch of security tools installed. So the attack box is what we use to attack, well, quote unquote, attack the other machines that we're going to be deploying. And we're currently deploying this machine over here under the red banner here, Target Machine Information. So this is the DVWA machine, and it's got this IP address. So your IP address and my IP address are going to be different. What I want you to do is I want you to copy over the IP address by clicking on this button over here. That's going to copy the IP address to your clipboard, and then we need to wait for the attack box machine over here to finish initializing. Okay, Tercero, I see your message. Change your name. Great. And all right, so let's learn a little bit about what we're going to be doing today while we wait for the machine to start up. Okay, so we're going to be doing some directory busting today. So what is directory busting? Directory busting, otherwise known as dirb busting, this is the act of determining what endpoints, which is which files or directories exist on a web app, by trying to access those endpoints. It's a type of brute force attack. So basically we send a bunch of requests looking for a bunch of different directories and files, and if the web server has those files available, it will receive that information. Okay, R says, is it necessary to use the VM they provide you, or we can use your own VM? Yeah, you could use your own VM. User R on YouTube. So what you would need to do is you would need to download your VPN key. So to download the VPN key for TryHackMe, you can go over to your on the web page, over to your user profile picture. You can click on that, and then you can click on the access button. So when you click on the access button, it's going to bring you over to a page where you can download a VPN key. You can use that VPN key to access their network, and you don't have to use their VM. But for the students, I'm just going to work inside of the attack box VM because it's easier to, well, more people can get access to this attack box VM. Okay, no problem. All right, so another thing we're going to want to do, well, maybe we don't necessarily need to do it, but yeah, okay, maybe we won't make the virtual machine full screen today. It's okay. All right, so inside the terminal here, after the attack box has finished loading, you click onto the terminal window here and press enter to dismiss this message. So after you do that, you can click on the terminal button over here to open up a terminal in the attack box. So the attack box, like I said, it's a Linux virtual machine with a bunch of security tools pre-installed on it. So we can open up a terminal by clicking on either this desktop shortcut at the top, or this other desktop shortcut over here. Just click on one of them, and that's going to open up our terminal. So the terminal might be a little bit small. I'm going to make the text a little bit bigger. Maybe a little bit smaller. Okay. All right. So we're going to be using a few different tools to scan our IP address. And remember, the IP address is going to be in the web page under the red banner over here. So the target IP address is over here. We can click on that. And then afterwards, we can go over to the left-hand side of the attack box interface. There's this little button here labeled Hide Show the Control Bar. So go ahead and click on that. And then you're going to see a clipboard. So you can click into the clipboard here, and this is the clipboard for the attack box. So just paste in your IP address there. And then after you've done that, close the control panel. And then in the terminal that you opened, you can paste in the IP address. So we're going to be using this IP address a little bit later. So we're just going to keep this here first. And before we use the terminal, we need to learn about the program that we're going to be using. So, you know what? I think what we're going to do is, before we start learning about these tools, we're going to run a little test. And the test is going to be whether or not we can communicate with our machine. And so this is the attack box here. We want to figure out if we can communicate with this IP address here, which has the DVWA machine. So what you can do in the terminal is you can just run the ping command. So ping space -c-4 space and then the IP address. So it's going to look like this. I'll copy over the command to the chat just in case you want to take a look at it. But you have to keep in mind that you're going to need to replace the IP address in here with the IP address for your machine. So when we run the command, we're going to get this output over here. It's going to say 64 bytes, 64 bytes. It should say 4 packets transmitted, 4 received, 0% packet loss. And what this means is that we can indeed communicate with this IP address with the DVWA machine. Okay, so now that we've done that, we're going to figure out how to do our directory busting. So the first tool we're going to use is this. So this is the dirb tool. So dirb is a very old program, but it comes pre-installed on most of these security installations of Linux. And it's an older directory busting tool, but it's a very good first program to run on web servers. And the reason why it's a good program to run on web servers first is purely because the command syntax is very, very simple. And because the word list it uses is good for enumerating older web servers and web apps. So all you need to do is to give this command over here. So we're just going to go back to our terminal. And in the terminal, we're going to recall the command history with the up and down arrow keys. And we can get the ping command back over here. So we're not going to use the ping command, but we're going to get rid of the ping command and replace it with the dirb command. So whenever we run the dirb command, we need to give a HTTP website or a domain or an IP address like this. So put http:// in front of your IP address, and this is going to be the syntax to run the dirb command. It's quite simple, and this is one of the nice things about the dirb command. So when we run the command, it's going to give us some information about the web server. So this is directory busting. So when we run the dirb command, it tries to get a list of what directories and files are available on the web server. it uses a word list, and the word list it uses is it's a list of common file names and directory names. And we see here that there's a directory over here called config. There is a directory over here called docs on the web server. There's an external directory, and in the external directory, it's got these different, there's an external directory, and there's also some files. So favicon, there's index.php, php.ini, phpinfo.php, etc., etc. And so this is how we get information about the web server. We run some tests. So this first test is doing directory busting with this simple tool called dirb. And the second thing we're going to do is we're going to run another program to figure out what other information we can get from the web server. So R says it's like a spider crawler. It's a little bit simpler than a spider crawler, but it really depends on the word list. If the word list is good, you'll be able to get a lot of good output from these kind of tools. But if your word list is not a good word list, then the results are going to be worse. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the second tool we're going to be using today. So the second tool we're going to be using today is the nikto tool. So the nikto tool is not a directory busting tool, but rather a web app vulnerability scanner, which attempts to ID insecure configurations and general web app settings. So nikto is a good pair with dirb, because they're both older tools, and like dirb, nikto is an older tool that is better suited to finding vulnerabilities on older web servers and web apps. It also has a very easy to remember command syntax. Paneko Panko is here. Wow. Is this the real Shy Hat live on Twitch? Yo, wow. Paneko Panko is another live streamer. And let's give them a shout out. If you are interested in learning about hacking and general meme stuff, let's see if I can Paneko Panko. I think that's how you spell their name. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I'm teaching a little class here on network hacking stuff. We're just doing our lesson on web app enumeration right now. But welcome to the stream. Okay, so nikto is an older tool that is better suited to finding vulnerabilities on older web servers and web apps. It also has a very easy to remember command syntax. So we can go ahead and run the dirb tool over on tryhackme here. So tryhackme inside the terminal. Remember, you can recall your previous commands by using the up and down arrow keys inside the terminal. And we're just going to replace the dirb command that we ran earlier. We're going to replace it with nikto. So nikto-h and then the domain over here. So the URL, which is going to be http:// your IP address. Okay, so let's go ahead and run that command. So when we run the command, it's going to give us a bunch of information about the web server. So the server, it says it's Apache 2. What is it up here? So 2.4.7 Ubuntu. So this is the web server software that is running the web server rather. So it's the Apache web server software, which is common for Linux machines, specifically the one for Ubuntu. It is this version right here, and it gives you some other potentially insecure settings on the application. So such as cookie PHP session ID created without the HTTP only flag. And there's a bunch of other stuff over here as well. So it also tells us about a few other insecure settings, such as the robots.txt file being exposed over here. And we can use these findings to do some more enumeration about the web app. But before we do that, let's go ahead and talk about the final tool that we're going to be using today. So that's going to be this over here, the gobuster tool. So the gobuster tool is a much more powerful directory busting tool than dirb. However, its command syntax is much more complex. So the reason why I introduced this one last is because, well, we need to type in a lot more stuff when we give this command. And Oh wait, I don't think I gave the nikto command from earlier. Let me go ahead and get that. All right, so it's this. So once again, the nikto is not a very complex set of syntax to use, but this is what we do for nikto. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do is we're going to run gobuster. So before we run gobuster, let me just clear the screen and then get that command again. So Sigma says, almost forgot there was a stream today. What are you working on? So we're working on web app enumeration right now. So basically some basics about how to enumerate a web app after we've found one on the network. So we're using the gobuster tool right now, okay? And like I said, it's much more powerful than the dirb tool, but you have to give a lot more arguments to run the command. So when we run gobuster, we have to run gobuster in directory busting mode. So gobuster dir. We would give some extensions, some file extensions we want to look for, and we have to give a URL. And the last thing we need to do is first thing we need to do to give to gobuster is the dir parameter, which instructs gobuster to work in directory busting mode. The second thing we need to do is we need to specify which file extensions to look for with the X parameter here, and then provide a number of extensions to look for. Here we're searching for HTML files. Then we provide a mandatory parameter, which is the -u parameter, which lets us provide the URL of the web app that we want to scan, which in this case is going to be this one over here, but for you it's going to be different. Okay, the last thing we need to do is we need to supply another mandatory parameter, -w, which is the word list to use for the directory busting attack. A common list to use is the directory-list-2.3-medium.txt list. And we're going to be using that one ourselves. So let's go ahead and go back to try Acme here. We're just going to give the gobuster command, dir, URL is going to be this, word list is going to be /user share word lists dirbuster directory list 2.3 medium.txt, and we're going to give a number of extensions that we want to check for. So the extensions we're going to check for in this case, they're going to be HTML and PHP and TXT and zip and back. So this is going to be the command we're given over here. So you can use this yourself, but keep in mind that you need to replace the IP address with your own IP address. Okay, so when we run this scan, okay, did you mean I spelled something incorrectly. So it's going to be gobuster dir like this. Remember, everybody, when you don't spell properly, you don't get to hack, which is very sad. Okay, so we've got some. So we're running the gobuster tool right now, and it gives us the information about how we're running our scan over here. So it tells us which extensions we're scanning for, which user agent we're going to give to the web server, which word list we're using, how many threads, which method, and which URL we're scanning against over here. Penko says, I feel called out. Do you feel called out? I don't remember what I said that might have made you feel called out. Let us know in the chat. It's Winzen says, hey buddy, nice to see you here. It's Winzen. And you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at what our output is for gobuster here. So we find index.php page. Remember, not all of these are going to be status 200, which means we can read them. Some of these are going to have some different HTTP statuses, such as this one 403, which is forbidden, I think, and 302, which is moved. And what we can do after we're done is we can check out all of these different pages over here. Panako says, if you don't spell correctly, you don't get to hack. You know, that applies equally to me as it does to everybody else, and I'm pretty notorious for misspelling a lot of stuff. and not catching stuff and then, finding out that I've wasted hours and hours of time because I've been running everything misspelled. But I'm sure it happens to everybody. Okay, so we finished our scan with the gobuster tool, and we find a bunch of different endpoints. We can check out each one of these endpoints individually in the web browser that TryHackney has on their attack box. CyberNerd Dante says, top of the morning, nerds. Nice to see you here, CyberNerd Dante. And let's go ahead and take a look at the web browser. So inside of the attack box, we can activate the web browser, and the web browser is going to be a Firefox one. We can use this desktop shortcut or this desktop shortcut. So you can just use one of those, and in a few moments, it'll open up the web browser. Just got to wait for it to run. Remember everybody, when we're using the TryHackney machines, the TryHackney machines can be a little bit slow, but we have to be patient. Okay, so where are we going to go inside the web browser? So we've got this IP address. We can actually just type into the address bar, http://:// and then just type in the IP address over from the target machine information over here, right over here, and we can just go to this page. It is the DVWA page. So DVWA stands for Darn Vulnerable Web Application, like it says down here. And we see this is the login.php page. This is the one that we found. And if we minimize the browser, we see that there are all these other pages that we found with gobuster over here as well. So we've got our, let's see, index.php, about.php. So it seems like we can access this one as well. So let's just go ahead and go to this endpoint. So we're going to go back here, and we're going to replace login.php with about.php. R says, what happens if you use HTTPS instead of HTTP in the command line? So HTTPS and HTTP are usually mapped to different ports. Here, this is something we can do to make sure that we're supposed to be looking at HTTP versus HTTPS. We're going to go back to our terminal. And, you know what? I'm going to start up another tab in here, just because I want to be able to go back here because we want to look at this later. So over here in our other tab, we're just going to run a quick nmap scan. So we're going to do nmap 10.10.our IP address here. And when we do that, nmap is going to give us a quick scan of the server, and it's going to tell us which ports are available. And remember that HTTP and HTTPS they're different services. HTTP is unencrypted web pages, and HTTPS is encrypted web pages. So HTTP runs on port 80, and HTTPS usually runs on port 443. So that's the difference between HTTP and HTTPS. If you try to access HTTPS with your IP address, it's not going to work. But let me just demonstrate this over here. So if we go over here, we try to go to HTTPS, this IP address, it's going to say unable to connect. That's because there's no HTTPS service on this web server. There's only HTTP. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back. And what else did we find? So over here, we find copying.txt. That's interesting. There are instructions.php. There's phpinfo.php. And so remember that a common thing that we can enumerate on a web server is the robots.txt file. So the robots.txt file, this tells us where search engine robots are not allowed to go. And sometimes it can give us some sensitive information about the web application. So we can just copy this, and then we can go over to the web server, and instead of about.php or index.php, we're just going to paste in our robots.txt. Okay, and this doesn't give us this doesn't give us very good information. So it says user agent all and disallow everything. So disallow everything basically means that search engine robots are not allowed to look at this application at all. They're not allowed to look at this website. And user agent star, well, star basically means every user agent, and user agent is basically which software you're using to access the website. So a user agent, an example of a user agent might be Firefox, or it might be Google Chrome, or it might be the dirb device or the dirb service. But anyways, okay. So what else can we figure out over here? So we've got our darn vulnerable web application, and let's go ahead and go back to what directories we found. So we found a config directory. Unfortunately, the config directory, this gave us status 301, and status 301 means that we can't, well, it's moved somewhere. We could try to access this this endpoint. It's a directory over here. So config, this goes over, wow, okay. Well, there's a web app vulnerability in progress over here. So we can see the entirety of this config directory, and because we can, this web application is actually vulnerable to something called directory listing or directory indexing. And there are a couple of files in here that we could take a look at. So there's config.inc.php, and there's this other one, config.inc.php.back. So this is a backup file. So backup files can have some very sensitive information in them, and because we can just access this from a publicly available directory, it's kind of a bad thing. If we click on this PHP file, it's probably not going to lead anywhere that we can see. That's because PHP code, which is what is in this file here, it's going to execute, and it's not going to let us see anything in here. So if we take a look at the web page source, there's nothing in here. But what we can do is we can take a look at what's inside of this config.inc.php.back. So we're just going to copy the link for this file, and then we're going to go back to our terminal. So in the terminal, we can use the wget command to download the file. So we can paste in the file address with the wget command. After that, we're going to download the file like this. And let me go ahead and give everybody a copy of that command. User admin password. Yep, that's exactly what we find there. Okay, so we've got the config.inc.php.back file here. We can read this because we downloaded it. So we're just going to use the cat command to read that. So cat config.inc.php.back. So like it says, it probably has some configuration information in here for the application. So what do we find? An interesting thing that we find in here is that there are actually database credentials in this file that we downloaded. So it says we've got a bunch of different variables. So these are PHP variables. We've got DB server, which is where the server is. It's going to be localhost. We got the DB database name, which is DVWA. We got a database user named root, and the database password is also root. So this is pretty sensitive information, and if we found this on a web application testing report, we would definitely need to report this because it's very, very bad. But yeah, if we were able to get direct access to the web server, we could probably connect to the database with these credentials right here. GradXT says web hacking, yeah, web hacking, whatever it is, this is it. Okay, so what else can we do? I think we can check out some of these other directories as well. So we've got instructions.php, phpinfo.php, and there are a couple of other directories. There is a docs directory here as well. We might want to try snooping inside there. So we're just gonna, well, we don't necessarily need to copy it, but we can just check this out inside the web browser. We're just gonna replace config with docs. And we've got some PDFs over here. So let's see, we also have a PDF file. So we got a PDF file, we've got an HTML file. We can check these two out. And we've got some documentation. So this probably goes to the same PDF file here. And we can download this, this file. We can just copy the link and we'll just download it to the terminal. So like the other file, we can use the wget command and then paste in the file address. So we've downloaded this PDF file. And you know what? Maybe it's easier to take a look at the PDF file in the web browser. So we can actually just go over to here and click on it. It's going to open up this PDF file over here. And so this is darn vulnerable web application official documentation. So this is, well, I mean, this is associated with this particular web application. It's designed to help people learn about web app security. And it actually tells you all about the vulnerabilities that you can learn from this particular web app. We won't go into it too closely because that's not really the goal of today's class. But if you wanted to, you could definitely learn a lot about web app vulnerabilities because they cover a bunch of different vulnerabilities inside of the web app, such as injection, cross-site scripting, insecure direct object references, etc., etc. Okay, Game Boy is seems to be doing some hacking on their own. How did you how did you find that information there? Let us know. Let us know. Okay, so what else could we try to do? So we're just trying to figure out what's going on inside of the application. We're not necessarily going to be attacking the web application necessarily, but I wanted to teach you some of the tools that we use to do this kind of thing. So, like I said, we used three different tools today. So we used the gobuster tool, we used the dirb tool, and we used the nikto tool. So using these tools, you can find out which directories, which files are available on the web server, and from there you can do some investigation to try to figure out if you can, well, if you can test the security of the web application in the browser. Which endpoint are you looking at, Game Boy? Let us know which endpoint you're looking at. So, we've also got this setup.php page, and just for fun, we can check this out. So setup.php, let's go over to our browser. We'll just get rid of whatever is already here, and we'll paste in setup.php. Okay, so let's see. So we've got a bunch of, oh, interesting. So we actually find the password, so the credentials to log into the application right here. So you can also use this to reset the administrator credentials, which are admin and password at any stage. So the important thing to do when you're doing security testing is to make note of any interesting details that could be used to compromise the security of the web application. So in this case, it really gives you a lot of information on these type of pages. And we actually got a credential pair here for the web application. So there's admin and password. And let's go ahead and log in. Just for fun, we'll try logging in. So we can just go to the landing page of the web app. And the landing page of the web app is basically It's usually going to be index.php or index.html. I think index.php redirects to login.php in this case. So if I try to type in index.php, it'll redirect me to login.php. And remember, we just captured some credentials. So the username is admin and the password is password. So click on login, and that's going to log us into the application. Sigma says, are you sure this is web app hacking? I don't see any green text or keyboard mashing. Green text is only for, well, I mean, web app hacking isn't necessarily going to have green text because we're looking at websites. But yeah, so we've now logged into the web application. We didn't have Langston's Entropy donated try550 through the super chat. Wow, thank you. Let's see. So Langston Entropy says, thank you. This is very valuable information. Literally been trying to configure UFW for such a scenario, and everything broke today. Been trying to fix it the whole day. I hope you have an okay time resetting everything that broke. And sorry to hear that. But thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you, Langston's Entropy. No worry, no worry. Oh, Universal Web App Fire is that Universal Web App Firewall, or is it or does that mean something else? But yeah, it's important to set up your security devices correctly. Thank you very much. Okay, so we just logged into the web application. We used some stolen credentials because we were able to get it from from other places inside the application. So the interesting thing about this web application is that, well, okay, let me explain. One thing that we should be doing every time we do security testing on a web application is we should figure out what pages exist in the application. And figure out the functionality of the application. This is called walking the application, or basically having a little tour. And on this particular page, we should understand what the different pages are in here. So we got a bunch of different buttons over here that go to different pages. Instructions.php and setup.php. Actually, you know what? One thing that we could do is we could uncomplicated firewall. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was a more advanced firewall. Anyways, man pages, no problem. But thank you very much, Langston's Entropy. Okay, so another thing we could do is we could try to make a little map of the links on this page. So the first thing we should do is, well, we could just copy this entire thing to a file, and then let's see, where are the hrefs? So yeah, so these are links. So these are links that go to different parts of the application. And part of doing a thorough security test is basically visiting each page to figure out what the page is all about. So different web applications are going to have, there is an admin IP. Admin IP? Where is the admin IP? Game Boy, let us know. Thank you. Okay, so where was I? I was talking about walking the application, right? So different applications are going to have different parts of the website that you need to do testing against. And well, we're not really going to be talking about how to test these parts of the website, but I just want you to know that there are certain parts of the website that need to be that need special attention. So for example, if we go back to, let's see, I think it's login.php. So login.php, this is a typical login page. Most applications have a login page, and there's a lot of stuff that you can test on the login page. So for example, you could test to see if you give a correct username but an incorrect password, does it tell you that you have the username correct? So this should give us an error message. It says login failed. So login failed is actually good because it doesn't tell you if you got the username or the password incorrect. Let's see, there's a admin IP inside, there's file inclusion. Yeah. Is there file inclusion? But anyways, what are we talking about? So the login page here, you can test the login page if you've got, well, let me log in here first. So log in, let's see, admin password. So another thing is file upload capability. So a lot of applications let you upload files, especially, well, even like very simple applications will let you log in, well, let you upload at least like an avatar, like a user profile picture, and you need to test these things. So the kind of question you would try to ask when you see some file upload capability is how large of a file are you able to upload? Are you able to upload files that are not the correct file type that that it says that you're supposed to be able to upload? If it says you can upload a picture, can you upload another type of file? Can you upload a zip file? Can you upload a PHP file? Can you upload a TXT file? And are there any safeguards in place to make sure that you don't upload the wrong kind of file? So that's another thing that we could test against when we're doing our web app security testing. And maybe what's one other thing that we need to check? So we need to check whether or not we can see anybody else's information. So for example, if I go over to the, let's see, where is it? There should be one for, or at least I thought there was one for the IDOR vulnerability. I don't think I see it. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, another thing that we can test is we can test to see if there's any parts of the website that let you supply information that is passed over to the web server. So for example, there's this page right here that says ping a device. So this ping a device page, if we put in a IP address and we click on submit, we get this as output over here. And this output right here, this is very similar to what we would see from a web server if we ran the ping command. And in fact, we can check. So we can check over here. So we can do ping C4 and the IP address. So we see this output. And this output looks very similar to the output we see from the web application over here. So this implies that the web application is taking the output from a web server command, like the ping command, and it's feeding it back to the web app interface. So this implies that there could be a real big problem here because the user is able to put in some information that is being passed to the web server directly. But that's neither here nor there because, well, I'm just trying to talk about what kind of stuff we could test after we get access to a web app like this. But we're going to be finishing out today's session in just a little bit. But before we do that, let's do a little summary of the tools that we learned today. Okay, so we learned about directory busting today. So directory busting, otherwise known as dirb busting, this is the act of determining what endpoints, which files and directories exist on a web app by trying to access those endpoints. It is a type of brute force attack. So by brute force attack, we mean basically an attack that that just iterates over a big list and it checks to see what works and what doesn't. We learned about the dirb tool, and the dirb tool is an older directory busting tool, but it's a good first program to run on web servers. And we ran the nikto tool. The The nikto tool is a web app vulnerability scanner, which attempts to ID insecure configurations and general web app settings. So the nikto tool is not a directory busting tool, but it sometimes does give you some information about endpoints that are available on the web server. So the last tool that we looked at today was the gobuster tool. So the gobuster tool is a much more powerful directory busting tool than dirb. However, its command syntax is much more complex. Generally when we do directory busting, we'll use a tool like gobuster. Some people prefer other tools like ferrexbuster and dirsearch, but these all essentially get the same thing done. They do directory busting, which is a very common activity when we do web app security testing. Okay, so what's next? We've got a really fun activity for the next class. And in the next HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Workshop, we'll be learning about how to create reverse shell connections and bind shell connections between network computers. So when you hear about hacking, you might hear about people popping a shell or getting a shell. It's all about getting that terminal access. And we'll be talking about how to get this terminal access in the next class. So the next class is going to be on Wednesday. Today's Monday. And it's going to be at the same time. It's going to be in the first hour. So please look forward to that. And at this time, I've got to end my class over at Zoom. I'm doing a Zoom class with some students. When is the next class? The next class is on Wednesday. So today's Monday. Next class is on Wednesday at the same time. But I need to finish the Zoom class. And just for a couple minutes, we're going to go to a Be Right Back screen on the Twitch and YouTube live streams. So please enjoy the music, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, everybody, we're back, and we're going to be doing the second part of today's stream. In the second part of today's stream, we're going to be talking about some hacker lore. So, what hacker lore is this? Let's take a look at our schedule. So, every week we've got a different schedule over on our Reddit page, which is r/HackerFrogs. So, this is the page, and every week we've got a new streaming schedule. So this is week number 24, and today's Monday, so what are we talking about? So we just did our network hacking session number 3, and we're going to be taking a look at the Hacker Manifesto. So the Hacker Manifesto is an ancient hacker text. We're going to be figuring out if this is relevant to today's hacking scene. And we're going to be reading this Hacker Manifesto and talking about the circumstances. Nullsec says old school. Yeah, old school stuff. I actually haven't taken a look at this myself, so it's going to be a bit of a reaction as well. Okay, so we're going to be doing that for the next hour or so. Well, maybe it might not necessarily take an hour. What else are we going to be doing today? So we're going to be giving a demonstration of how to do the Linux box called Psycho over at the DockerLabs website over here. And I think our fourth topic is going to be working over at the HackMyVM website. So HackMyVM is let me pull it up. So HackMyVM is a website where we can do all sorts of hacking stuff. It's an education platform. Mostly what we do over there is we download VMs, virtual machines, and we hack against it. GroudXT says it's also based. I think you're talking about the Hacker Manifesto, right? We'll be taking a look at that momentarily. But the last thing we're doing in today's stream is we're going to be working at one of the labs over there. And these are basically Linux labs where we have to do all sorts of privilege escalation tricks to get to the next level. So if you're interested in taking a look at that, that's going to be in the 4th hour of today's stream, and that's the link right over there. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. We're going to try to answer some questions while we take a look at this article. So this is part of our hacker culture series, and this one is called the Mentor and the Manifesto. So we'll talk about who the mentor is in just a second. What is today's date? So it's 2025, and it is June the 9th, right? Okay. So the link to the article we're going to be taking a look at today is this right here. And I'll just go ahead and leave the link in the chat. Okay, so who is the author? So we're going to find out very quickly that the author of this particular Hacker Manifesto is called the Mentor, whose actual name is, I think it's Todd Blankenship. Okay, so let's go ahead and read the article first, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the circumstances that surrounded this article. So the Hacker Manifesto is actually called The Conscience of a Hacker. And it goes something like this. Another one got caught today. It's all over the paper. Teenager arrested in computer crime scandal. Hacker arrested after bank tampering. Damn kids, they're all alike. But did you, in your 3-piece psychology in the 1950s techno-brain, ever take a look behind the eyes of a hacker? Did you ever wonder what made him tick? What forces shaped him? What may have molded him? I am a hacker. Enter my world. Mine is a world that begins with school. I've listened to the teacher explain for the 15th time how to reduce a fraction. I understand it. No, Mrs. Smith, I didn't show my work. I did it in my head. Damn kid, probably copied it. They're all alike. I made a discovery today. I found a computer. Wait a second. This is cool. It does what I want it to do. If it makes a mistake, it's because I screwed up. not because it doesn't like me, or feels threatened by me, or thinks I'm a smartass, or doesn't like teaching and shouldn't be here. Damn kid, all he does is play games. They're all alike. And then it happened. A door opened to a world, rushing through the phone line like heroin through an addict's veins. An electronic pulse is sent out. A refuge from the day-to-day incompetencies is sought. A board is found. This is it. This is where I belong. I know everyone here, even if I've never met them, never talked to them, may never hear from them again. I know you all. Damn kid, tying up the phone line again. They're all alike. I bet your ass we're all alike. I bet your ass we're all alike. We've been spoon-fed baby food at school when we hungered for steak. The bits of meat that you did let slip through were pre-chewed and tasteless. We've been dominated by sadists or ignored by the apathetic. The few that had something to teach found us willing pupils, but those few are like drops of water in the desert. This is our world now. The world of the electron and the switch. The beauty of the baud. We make use of a service already existing without paying for it, paying for what could be dirt cheap if it wasn't run by profiteering gluttons. And you call us criminals. We explore, and you call us criminals. We exist without skin color, without nationality, without religious bias, and you call us criminals. You build atomic bombs, you wage wars, you murder, you cheat, and you lie to us and try to make us believe it's for our own good. Yet we're the criminals. Yes, I'm a criminal. My crime is that of curiosity. My crime is that of judging people by what they say and think, not what they look like. My crime is that of outsmarting you, something you will never forgive me for. I am a hacker, and this is my manifesto. You may stop this individual, but he can't stop us all. After all, we're all alike. Signed, the Mentor. So, what are we supposed to take away from this article over here? So I guess the article's trying to tell us how hackers are different than regular old people. GredXT, I think, I got this mixed up with the hacker ethics, according to Chapter 2 of the hacker ethic. That's what's based. SigmaGet says that was something. So, you know what, GredXT? So, Chapter 2 of the hacker ethic. You know what, that's probably something I want to look up later on as well. So, let's see. The hacker ethic. Okay, so the hacker ethic is a philosophy and set of morals within hacker culture. So I think this is what you're talking about here, right? So if you've got GredXT, if you have a link to the work in question, let us know, because I'm very interested in taking a look at more of these hacker philosophy kind of what is it? These works, I guess, these articles, these books. And Sigma says that was yeah, that was something. So this is the original, hacker manifesto over here. Let's see. I listened to the teacher. So I guess it's talking about people who are not just taking the education system at face value and learning on their own. I think that's what they were talking about. The Wikipedia. Oh, okay, with a bunch of tenets of here. So let's see. Sigma says, guessing this was meant to be sort of a hacker origin story kind of thing. It's on the OAGE. So could you refresh my memory? OAGE. Is this? It's on the page, right? You're talking about a page? You're talking about this, right? So the hacker ethic, this Wikipedia page. Yeah, I think we should be taking a look at these from time to time, because it's not just enough to do a bunch of exercises. It's more about trying to understand what it means to be a hacker, and how we can be better hackers, I guess. Okay, so I guess hackers, what do? They mostly don't like regular school education. It's all about learning on your own and being passionate about the things that you want to learn. And I guess it's not about being judged by society, because the hacker, well, the mentor here is talking about computers that does what they want them to do, and if they make the mistake, it's because they made a mistake. And in fact, we get this wrong all the time. We put in our commands incorrectly and with typos, and that's the computer doing exactly what we tell it to do. So not because it doesn't like me or is threatened by me or thinks I'm a smartass or doesn't like teaching and shouldn't be here. So the computer doesn't judge you, and that's why the computer is a good thing. This is that the type of is that what we're trying to take away from here? Okay, let's go ahead and do an ad on Twitch and YouTube, and let's put on some birds. So I love my birds. And every time we got an ad break on YouTube, we like to put up the birds so that you can watch the birds while I have a little water break. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Hello, Not Your Business on YouTube. You say that you're a complete noob and you want to get into bug bounty and ethical hacking. Where should you start? So, Not Your Business, let us know what experience you have with technology. First of all, are you familiar with computer networking? Are you familiar with web app development? Could you work help desk? Could you work a help desk job if you needed to? Let us know your background, and then I can better give you in a couple of steps for starting your hacking journey. Okay, so let's put the birds away, and so let's see. What else are we supposed to take away from this? So, a door open to the world, rushing through the phone line like heroin through an addict's veins. An electronic pulse is sent out, a refuge from day-to-day incompetencies is sought. A board is found. So I guess they're talking about joining online communities. And I guess the context is that people, well, when was this written? This was written in like the 1980s sometime, right? You know what? Let's look up when this article was created. So let's see. Hacker Manifesto publishing date. Okay, a Hacker's Manifesto originally published 2004. I don't think it was published in 2004. Hacker Manifesto, Conscience of a Hacker. Okay, so this is a short essay written in 1986. Oh, it's by Lloyd Blankenship. I thought his name was Todd for some reason. Okay. So we're editing here. So this guy's name is Lloyd. So let's see. I guess that's another question we can answer here. So when was it written? So in this case, it's Not Your Business says, I know HTML, but not much besides that. Never worked in the field. Not in your business. Let me go ahead and give you a little answer for how you would try to get into bug bounty. And Cybernerd Dante is actually, well, Cybernerd Dante on Twitch, one of the viewers on Twitch, is, well, they're working as a bug bounty hunter, but you could jump on Twitch and ask Cybernerd Dante some questions if you like. I think you might be able to communicate inside of this live stream as well, but you know it's hard because you're on YouTube and the person I'm talking about is in the Twitch chat. But let's see. If we go over to YouTube over here, I've got a YouTube channel. It's at YouTube at the Shy Hat. And let me give you a playlist. So the playlist is basically going to... There's a bunch of exercises here on the PicoCTF website. And the PicoCTF website is a pretty popular one that I point people to when they're trying to get into cybersecurity. It's a good platform for learning about a bunch of different networking, computer networking, and basic skills or basic IT skills that can help you eventually get into the cybersecurity field. I'll leave a link to the playlist over here. So what I want you to do is I want you to take a look at the all the little challenges in the playlist. And each one of these is going to have a link that that is associated with the challenge. So you might have to watch the video walkthroughs to solve some of these challenges, but eventually you're going to pick up a bunch of little tricks, some information about how the computer systems work, and eventually you'll start learning about web app security. And after you've learned enough about web app security, then you might be able to try your hand at some bug bounty stuff. Cybernerd Dante says, "Not your business. If you can see this, I suggest making an account over at Portswigger. They have a great web app security labs, and every time you learn something, you can try it out on a real bug bounty program." So Cybernerd Dante is talking about this website over here. Let me grab it. Portswigger.net Web Academy. This is another good place to learn about web app security, which eventually will lead you to bug bounty type activities. But I would say jumping straight into the web security section over here might be a bit advanced, but definitely give the PicoCTF video playlist a look through. Okay, so what we were talking about. So the Hacker Manifesto here was written in March 18th, 1986. So I think we should probably read about what's going on here so we can get a better understanding of this Hacker Manifesto. But first of all, let me just fill in this information here. Okay, so what's going on? The Conscience of a Hacker. It was written in March of 1986 by Lloyd Blankenship, a computer security hacker who went by the handle The Mentor and belonged to the second generation hacker group Legion of Doom. One of these days I should probably do some hacker culture stuff on these early hacker groups as well, because I mean it's interesting to learn about these people and maybe where their careers have gone after this. So the Mentor. This is this guy, Lloyd Blankenship. And I'm not too sure who Lloyd Blankenship is. I think we might want to learn a little bit more about who this person is. Hacker History Day. I think every day can be Hacker History Day if we work hard enough. Cybernerd Dante, thank you. So it was written after the author's arrest and first published in the underground hacker e-zine Frack. So Frack is... Oh, you know what? For some reason I thought that it was written in the 2600 magazine. But yeah, okay. So the early hacking scene was all about these zines, these magazines that were published. I don't know if they were published monthly or once every quarter, but this is how a lot of the early hackers got their information. So it can be found on many websites as well as on t-shirts and in films. So it's considered a cornerstone of hacker culture. The manifesto asserts that there is a point to hacking that supersedes selfish desires to exploit or harm other people, and that technology should be used to expand our horizons and try to keep the world free. And by free, we mean freedom of information. Okay, so I guess this is kind of a theme in hacker philosophy: the freedom of information, um, keeping things from being restricted to only certain types of people. Anyways, I'm gonna stop before it gets too political, because we're not here to talk about politics. Although I guess when we're talking about hacker stuff, it can get kind of political kind of quickly. When asking for his motivation for writing the article, Blankenship said, "I was going through hacking withdrawal, and Craig Knight, Lightning, needed something for an upcoming issue of Frack. I was reading The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, and was very taken with the idea of a revolution." Huh, revolution, you say? GretXT says, also a tenet from hacker ethics. Yeah, I mean, feel free to drop any links you think might be relevant. We don't prevent people from dropping links in Twitch chat. On YouTube, I think YouTube in general doesn't let you post links, but if you go ahead and remove the dots and just leave a space instead of a dot, we should be able to piece the link back together if you leave a link on YouTube. Thank you. So, as a more prominent public event, when asked about his arrest and motivation for writing the article, Blankenship said, "I was just in a computer I shouldn't have been, and had a great deal of empathy for my friends around the nation, which were also in the same situation." This was post War Games. So, War Games is the really famous movie that made everybody think a little bit more about hackers and not so much about hacking culture, about people who do the hacking. So the movie, pretty much, this was post-War Games, the movie, so pretty much the only public perception of hackers at the time was, hey, we're going to start a nuclear war, or play tic-tac-toe, one of the two. And so I decided I would try to write what I really felt was the essence of what we're doing and why we're doing it. Okay? So, in popular culture, the article is quoted several times in the 1995 movie Hackers, although in the movie it is read from an issue of the Hacker magazine. Oh, okay. So the Hacker magazine 2600, not the historically accurate Frack. Okay, Migu. Let me know if that's how you pronounce your name. It says, hey, what's up? What's up, Migu? Nice to see you here. And you know what? We haven't done any of our redeems in a while, so why don't you have a Hack the Planet? Oh, you need to spell that correctly as well. Hack the Planet! Hack the Planet! Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's see. The mentor gave a reading of the Hacker Manifesto and it added additional insight at H2K2. It is also an item in the game Culpa Innata. I guess this is a video game? It's a point-and-click adventure game, okay. So a poster of the Hacker Manifesto appears in the 2010 film The Social Network in the Harvard room of Mark Zuckerberg. The Hacker Manifesto is mentioned in Edward Snowden's autobiography, Permanent Record. Oh, Miguel. It's supposed to be Miguel. Okay. No worries. Oh, you're from Colombia. Awesome, great. Nice to see you here. Let's see. Amplitude's problem. Let's see. The mentor himself, Whitey Cracker, Inverse Phase, and Linux kernel maintainer Kingfisher. Oh, okay. So Amplitude's problem is a musician. All right, so let's go ahead and answer some questions. So when was it written? In what context was the article written? I think the author had been arrested for computer hacking. And you know what? I want to figure out why this person was arrested. Well, what the exact details of the arrest were. So let's see. Lloyd Blankenship arrest. Okay, so why was this person arrested? We got this article here. Who is Lloyd Blankenship? Let's go ahead and read it. Okay, this is the hacker. Also known as the Mentor, Blankenship was a member of a couple of hacker elite groups in the 1980s, notably the Legion of Doom, which battled for supremacy online against the Masters of Deception. However, his biggest claim to fame is he's the author of this. I thought the Wikipedia article mentioned that he was arrested. Hey, Oracle Writer says, hey, what's today's goal? We got a bunch of different things we're going to be covering today. So until the top of the next hour or so, we're just talking about this article over here called the Hacker Manifesto. We did a little bit of reading about it, and we're going to try to figure out who the author was and why it was written, and all sorts of fun little details like that. But Oracle Writer, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. We'll give you a Nyan Cat. So it says written after the author's arrest, but for some reason I can't get any information about why this person was arrested. So maybe I'll try asking the Hold on. Let me read this article over here. So the thing is that I don't know if this stuff is actually accurate, because this is just a random forum post here. So he was a hacker in the 1980s for a small anti-elitist group called Masters of Deception, which came after his old group Legion of Doom. He was arrested for being falsely accused, or he was falsely accused. The Cool Girl 312 has just followed. Thank you very much, the Cool Girl. And let's give you a what do we got? We got a desert frog. Here's a desert frog for you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so he was arrested for being falsely accused of crashing AT&T servers in the early 1990s. It couldn't have been the early 1990s because the article was written in 1986. It says his house was raided in February of 1988 by the FBI. Shortly after his arrest, he wrote something. It says 15 minutes after he was arrested, he wrote the Hacker's Manifesto. I don't know if I can believe that. So it says it's much like the Bible to the people it speaks to, myself being one of them, and you can find it over here. So is this the same article? It's, well, I mean, the link is dead. To the people who don't approve of even ethical hacking, I urge you to read this because it could change your life together. Okay, I think I'll try. Okay, I don't know if this is accurate information here. So I'm gonna try asking the AI. Maybe the AI knows, or maybe the AI doesn't know. But anything that you do, any research that you do online, you have to be very careful because the information might be false. So if I could ask the AI something like, the mentor, whose name is Lloyd Blankenship, was arrested before he wrote the Hacker Manifesto. Why was he arrested? What are the details around the arrest? Okay, and we'll see what we get back here. All right, so Lloyd Blankenship, the mentor, was arrested in January 1986. So this tracks because the actual article was written in March of 1986. Okay, so charges and investigation. He was part of the legendary hacker group, the Legion of Doom. He was arrested in Austin, Texas, following a nationwide crackdown on hackers led by the FBI and the U.S. Secret Service, which was called Operation Sun Devil. Okay? The charges stemmed from computer intrusion, unauthorized access to systems, and phone phreaking, which is manipulating telecom networks. Oracle Writer says, wow, not far from me. Are we supposed to assume that you live somewhere in Texas? Don't answer if you don't want to. Okay, specific allegations. He was accused of breaking into Bell South Systems, part of the Bell South AI AIM-SX network, okay, the hack. Investigators found evidence of stolen documents, passwords, and internal telecom manuals in his possession. The case was part of a broader sweep targeting hackers who access corporate and government systems. Legal consequences. Blankenship pleaded guilty to computer crimes in 1987. He was sentenced to probation, avoiding prison, likely due to cooperation, lack of prior convictions. His case became a key example of early anti-hacking prosecutions. So, connection to the Hacker Manifesto. While in legal trouble, Blankenship wrote The Conscience of a Hacker, later called the Hacker Manifesto, defending hacker culture. The manifesto's famous opening line, "Another one got caught today, it's all over the papers," reflects his frustration with being criminalized for curiosity. Aftermath and legacy. Blankenship later worked in computer security, turning his skills toward ethical hacking. His case shaped early cybercrime laws and hacker culture's gray hat ethics. Would you like details on Operation Sun Devil and on other arrested Legion of Doom members? So this is from DeepSeek, and of course we should probably get more than one source if we're going to be writing this down in our little article. So let's try getting one from ChatGPT. Okay, so we got ChatGPT here, and I guess we'll stay logged out. What are the circumstances and details regarding the arrest of the Hacker Manifesto author Lloyd Blankenship? GradXT says, if it hasn't already been clarified, hacker refers to people who tinker with computers in general, not just security. Hacker, well, I mean, if you're a hacker, you don't necessarily need to be a person who works with computers. Like any system that you can interact with can be hacked if it's not designed in a correct way. Hacking just means getting the system to do something unintended that benefits you in some way. But a lot of people associate hacking with computer hackers because that's the most common example, I guess. But yeah, any system can be hacked. Social engineering is a really big thing, and that's like widely considered to be social hacking. Okay, so what do we got from ChatGPT? So Lloyd Blankenship, the mentor, prominent figure in hacker culture. Okay, Blankenship's arrest occurred shortly before the manifesto's publication. At the time, he was involved in the hacker group Legion of Doom and had been experimenting with computer systems. In a later interview, he explained that he was in a computer just in a computer I shouldn't have been, and felt a deep empathy for fellow hackers facing similar situations. Okay. Talks about the War Games movie and how hackers were perceived negatively by the public after the movie came out. FBI, yeah. Okay, so in 1990, Blankenship was again what? It doesn't say what was he arrested for? Public perception of hackers influenced by the worm. Okay, largely negative. Why was he arrested? Okay, so he was involved in a legal controversy when the U.S. Secret Service raided his workplace, Steve Jackson Games, after he published a text file from Bell South on his bulletin board system. Wow. The mentor had a BBS? I guess everybody had a BBS back in the day. The Secret Service mistakenly believed he was distributing hacking tools, but the file was actually related to a role-playing game project he was working on. The raid led to a legal case that highlighted issues of free speech and digital rights. Okay. As of the latest available information, there are no records of any recent arrests involving Lloyd Blankenship. So, okay. Please tell me exactly why Blankenship was arrested in 1986. Okay, so let's see. He was arrested in 1986 for unauthorized access to computer systems. So he was in a computer system he shouldn't have been. I guess they tracked him back, and then they arrested him. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and write up those details. So, in what context was the article written? The author had been arrested for computer hacking, accessing. Whose computer systems was he? It just says unauthorized access to computer systems here. And does DeepSeek say which computer systems? He was accused of breaking into Bell South's systems. Bell South. Okay, so this is more specific, so I'll go with this. Breaking into Bell South's system. Okay, so that I guess that's the first little detail. And what else? Bell regarding telco. Bell or Dell? It's well, I mean, I'm guessing it's Bell because it's telecommunications. And a lot of hackers back in those days, they were targeting phone companies. GradXT says nowadays, throughout the mergers, that would be today's AT&T. So AT&T is a big conglomeration, right? How many different phone companies are there in the U.S.? Is there only the one? Vincent E. Dillon Carr. Please let us know how to pronounce that name. Thank you. Thank you very much for following. Langston's Entropy says SSH was developed by a university professor that noticed that school servers were getting breached all the time. Now that professor is the ultimate hacker, in my opinion. Well, maybe. I'm not too sure who actually developed SSH. We've got this Legion of Doom hacker group that we could also look into as well. Okay, we got a bunch of. Yeah, this is very interesting because there's a lot of hacker lore to be had if you go ahead and look for it. But So let's see, who developed SSH, the SSH protocol? We could probably look that up on Wikipedia as well. Maybe I'll just call you Vincent. Pedro Torres says, hello, break to build. That's what we do. SSH protocol, secure shell. Secure shell, this was developed by who? Tattoo, the Internet Engineering Task Force. Okay, GradXT says AT&T was the first and only telco in the early days, and it was declared a monopoly and split into Baby Bells. Those Baby Bells were bought up by one of the largest bells and renamed back to AT&T. I guess you can't keep a good monopoly down. But yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and answer some more questions while we can. Okay, so the author had been arrested for computer hacking, breaking into Bell South Systems. I guess another thing that we can list is that the recent release of the movie War Games had soured the public perception of hackers to a negative one. And what else do we have over here? Langston's entry says, "Oh, my bad. Then heard it based on a Linux article." You know what? It could be true. The thing is that when you're looking for the truth, you need to look at a few different sources. And I don't know, if we were to ask like some AI or something, who was the primary developer of the SSH program, it might give us a different answer. Okay, anyways, let's put on an ad on YouTube and Twitch, because, well, we have to do ads on Twitch, and while the ads are running on Twitch, we want to stop so that everybody can be on the same page. But hey, everybody, here's a bird. We're going to be watching this bird for the next minute or so. Enjoy the bird and the music while I have a little water break. We'll be back in about a minute. Nox Lumens asks, how do you choose what you're going to do each day? What are you going to work on each day? So I've got a bunch of different things that I like to cover on the channel and in the live streams. I basically try to rotate a bunch of those those topics so that I'm not doing the same thing every week. But there are a few things that we are doing every week. We usually do some Linux hacking, and we usually do something from my courses that I teach. And if you want to see what we're doing each week, you can do so on the Reddit page. Okay, let's put the birds away. And yeah, so this is, well, for example, this is what we're doing this week. XOD says, Bell South was the false accusation in the 1990s. The 1986 seems to be more of a dragnet, a large dragnet, and not for a specific one. At least I can't find the system. I think DeepSeek messed up. X Ellipsis says, are you a pen tester for your day job? I may have a related question. You can ask questions about pen testing if you like. I used to be a pen tester. I used to do web app security testing. I don't do web app security testing. I'm trying to make a little career doing cybersecurity education here on YouTube and Twitch. But if you have questions about pen testing, I should be able to answer any questions you might have about that. Okay. So are you running cubes? Kubernetes? Are you asking if I'm running Kubernetes? I'm not running Kubernetes. Let's see. Sorry if it derails, but it's specifically for web app pen testing. I'll try to answer your question as best I can. Of course, we're trying to get something done at the same time, but go ahead and ask your question, no problem. Let's see. So Bell South with his false accusation in the 1990s. 1986 seems to be more of a large dragnet. So maybe, I mean, that might be false information, okay. But the question is, where did DeepSeek get this information? I guess the other thing is that ChatGPT doesn't give a specific company that he was hacking into. But, I'll try asking this follow-up question to ChatGPT. So, which company or computer system was Blankenship accused of breaking into regarding his arrest in 1986? Okay, so that's 1990. 1986, he was arrested. Okay, so unauthorized access to computer systems. So it doesn't say whose systems Blankenship was accessing. And I guess it's not very, it's not easy to find this stuff through Google search either. Okay, so let's see. Xellipsis says, when choosing targets in my environment, can a target be a URL that doesn't have login capabilities? Please prioritize what you're working on first if you need to. Yeah, no problem. So you're asking about choosing targets in the environment. Are you talking about pen testing or web app pen testing? So if you're hired to do web app pen testing, the client will tell you what servers are in scope for testing, and they'll give you a list of either IP addresses or URLs that you can access, and you're asking if the target can be a URL that doesn't have login capabilities. So even if it doesn't have login capabilities, there could be serious web app security problems on the application. It's not necessarily that only applications where you can log in are going to be vulnerable. Langston Temperature says, in 1996, I wasn't even a vitamin on the orange tree. That's quite the colorful turn of phrase. Thank you. So yeah, it doesn't say exactly how he got arrested. So it looks like he was arrested twice. So once in 1986 and then once in 1990. But the 1990 one was about Steve Jackson Games and like, oh, huh. So Bell South is related to the 1990 arrest. So yeah, I think you're correct on that. Let's see, who was talking about that? Oh, XOD, yeah. So yeah, XOD, you are correct about that. Okay, so we should probably leave out the thing about Bell South over here. Where are we? For computer hacking and accessing systems, but we don't know which systems or which company it was associated with. Okay, so the recent release of the movie War Games has soured the public perception of hackers to a -1. How is the article relevant to modern culture? So I guess a lot of people sympathize with the article's message that hackers shouldn't be arrested for messing around with technology and being curious. And you know what? What is the author doing these days? So, I mean, Xellipsis says, that helps and gives me reassurance. Background is that I'm leading a pen test for the first time. Okay, it was contracted out of a company I'm having trouble identifying the web apps to test against. Thanks for the reply. So yeah, so Xellipsis, when you get a contract to do pen testing for a company, they'll give you a list of what servers you're allowed to interact with, and definitely stick to only the scope of the engagement, and don't start testing machines that are not on the list, because if you start testing machines that are not on the list, that leads to a very bad time. Oracle Writer says, what's your thoughts of a hacker? Like, what is a hacker in your opinion, and what is the goal of a hacker? So, I mean, the goal of the hacker is to understand and to be able to test things out. To test things out, and well, what hackers want to do is they want to get they want to feel like they're getting the best interaction out of each system that they interact with. So a lot of hackers are also gamers, and a lot of gamers, they want to feel like they're being smart when they're making decisions when they're playing games. So it's the same kind of thing with hackers. Hackers want to feel like they're interacting with the system in the optimal way, and well, that also leads to a bunch of cheating in games. But I won't talk too much about cheating in games and hacking and that stuff. Nox Lumen says, how did you get into cybersecurity web app pen testing? Yeah, so I got into web app pen testing, well, not web app pen testing, I just got into cybersecurity in general around 2020 during the pandemic, and I needed to make a pivot from whatever I was doing at the time, which was not working, which was failing businesses and stuff like that. Anyways, it's a pretty long story, but I made a pivot in 2020, and here I am now. It's been about 5 years. Nox Lumen says, I've been struggling to break into security job. Any advice? You have five CVEs. OSCP+, PNPT, PWPP, and a lot of other sorts. I've written blogs and made YouTube videos, and I do a lot of security at work as a junior network administrator. You know, Nox Lumens, what? Okay. If you don't want to say, don't tell me. But what city do you live in? Are you from the USA? Claudius asks if I'm from the USA. I'm not from the USA. I'm from Canada. Oracle Writer says, I wish I was smart enough to take advantage during the pandemic, but I was still working 2 jobs in university. Everybody's circumstances are different, and I guess I can consider myself lucky that I was able to do a lot of studying when the pandemic happened. But Nox Lumens, I think what you need to do is you need to start making some social connections, because a lot of people are going to get their first job in cybersecurity through knowing the right people. And if you know a lot of people in the cybersecurity scene, they'll be able to point you towards those job positions. Nox Lemon says, I'm in the USA. I've been trying to move to a more populated area, but I haven't had much luck yet. So are you trying, well, where you live, you might not have like a cybersecurity community. But if you go out to like bigger cities, you're definitely going to have like monthly meetup groups that talk all about security and like hacker stuff. It's probably a goal. You should make it a goal to go to those meetings and to start making some friends with those people. Kabe Zonga says, maybe I already said, I can't find the previous 2 sessions of your channel. Previous 2 sessions of my channel. Let me go ahead and get that playlist for you. So you're going to be able to find them over here at this link. Do you give one on courses? Gameboy says Philadelphia. Gameboy, do you live in Philadelphia? I thought you were located in Israel. Let's see. Do you give one on courses? So I talked a little bit about certifications a little while ago, but if you're talking about courses, Claudius, let me know what kind of what you want to learn, and maybe I can give you some advice on some free learning material. Okay, Jonathan Smith says, where would I look for communities like that in Miami? Miami should be pretty. It should be pretty easy in Miami, Jonathan Smith. Let me go ahead and go to a private window, one that doesn't know where I am, and I'll ask about Cybersecurity Miami Meetup Group. Cyber Jedis in cybersecurity, Miami Cybersecurity for Control Systems, cybersecurity groups. You know what? Meetup is a pretty good website. And why don't you go ahead and it always knows where you are. Hopefully it doesn't always know where you are. But yeah, go ahead and search for this in the meetup website. It should be able to give you a list of meetup groups that for cybersecurity. Oh, you know many people from the red team in Philadelphia. Okay, Game Boy, nice to know. Thank you. I'm Nikolai. Says hi. I'm joining the U.S. Army as a 17C. Any way that you might know that I can expand my career? What is a 17C? I'm Nikolai. Please let me know. I'm not very familiar with the U.S. military. Many Discord channels. Okay. I'm interested. Aren't willing to able to make a security position. They do take advantage of it by having me do SRAs, review security incidents. It's a good idea though. Okay. Langston's Entropy says, Sir, if I may ask one also, I've commented on the last post, not sure you saw it. Is there anywhere else I can reach you on your summer courses? I would love to reach you on a public, not public medium, if okay. Okay. Well, I mean, that's tough. You can leave me messages on my videos or under my posts in YouTube, and I'll try to answer as best as I can. Of course, I can't really share public. I can't share any private information there or like email addresses. If you're interested in contacting me, I think you could try Twitter, twitter.com, and I think. Let me locate my twitter.com page. I think this should be it. Yeah, so send me a private message on Twitter. Need for Discord intensifies. I think eventually I'll be making my Discord, of course. Maybe some PGP encrypted messaging. It's tough. It's tough. But unfortunately, we can't do like private messages on YouTube. Anyways, I think we need to answer our questions over here and then finish out with today's with this topic. So a lot of people sympathize with the article's message that hackers shouldn't be arrested for messing around with the technology and being curious. What is the author doing these days? So here, who is this Lloyd Blankenship guy? So Lloyd Blankenship. Okay, so here's this guy, this mentor guy. The Wikipedia article on this person doesn't say what they're doing. I guess they were also a board game designer, a game designer who was well known as a computer hacker. Huh, and it looks like they also made a couple of movies and written some books. That's interesting. Lloyd Blankenship is known for Hysteria, 1998, and BBS, the documentary from 2005. BBS, the documentary. I think this is interesting. GradXT, I think there's also Reddit DMs as well, also Twitch Whispers. So if you log on to Twitch, you can send me a private message on Twitch. You can also send me a private message on Reddit as well. Thank you very much for following. Who is Sin? Oh, we were having a conversation on Pebble's channel. Who is Sin? Welcome, welcome in. And you know what? Let's give you a HackerFrogs welcome. Why don't we give you a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So if you don't, let's see. So what was the mentor's role in this movie? Okay, I guess he was an actor. Seen you in Oreo stream as well. Yeah, Oreo's gonna be coming by in a couple hours. Actually, maybe about an hour from now. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna shortcut this. I'll ask the AI. What is Lloyd Blankenship doing these days? Is he a cybersecurity? Is he a cybersecurity practitioner? I don't think that's how you spell a practitioner. Okay, so whoa! Thank you very much for Nox Lumens for gifting a Tier 1 subscription. Nox Lumens, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Why don't we give you a fun video redeem? How about war games? Since we were talking about it earlier.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so we've got a little write-up on Lloyd Blankenship, okay? So he remains active in cybersecurity and tech industry, so he maintains a relatively low profile compared to his early hacker days. So it looks like he transitioned into ethical hacking after his legal troubles in the 1980s and 90s. He worked for major tech firms and defense contractors, specialization in pen testing, vulnerability research, and secure system design. Occasionally speaks at security conferences like DEF CON and Black Hat about hacker culture, cybersecurity, blah blah blah. Okay. Let's see. Game design and AI. In the 2000s, he worked in video game development, origin systems on Ultima Online. He's explored AI and machine learning, applying his expertise to cybersecurity automation. Does he have a website? Is he a cybersecurity practitioner? Okay, so... Okay, does he have a website or social media links? Okay, so he does not maintain a personal website or publish social media profiles under his real name. Okay, so he doesn't have a website, he doesn't have social media. He used to have LinkedIn. He's done interviews in archives, okay. He wrote for Frack magazine. He's got a email address. So I guess it's hard to find this person. Okay, so what is the author doing these days? Well, not conclusive. No social media presence. No website. Lives off the grid. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish this out. Nangston's entropy says, maybe these would be visible at Have I Been Pwned or some other forums, okay? Let's see, Gameboy says, send him to the email face snap. Maybe. I'm Nikolai says, the description for 17C is on the Army website, but the title is Cyber Operations Specialist. Oh, you know what? If you can get the U.S. Army to teach you cybersecurity stuff, I think that's awesome. He has a LinkedIn. He has a LinkedIn? Let me see if I can find it. Lloyd. Okay, so I don't know if this is going to be up to date or not. Oh, I need to log in too. I'm not logged into LinkedIn right here. Okay, there's no picture. It's hard to tell if this is actually this person lives off the grid. Maybe they live off the grid. They probably keep a low profile. That's probably the best way to do it, especially if you've already got some money and you don't need people prying into your business. Anyways, let's finish up this thing today, and let's get on to our Linux hacking. Who is Sin says, I think it might be him. The picture shows if you're logged in. Okay. I'm Nikolai says, let's see, cybersecurity skills to defend the Army's crucial and complex weapon systems, which include satellites, navigation, aviation systems against both foreign and domestic cyber threats. 17C. Yeah, so, I mean, I think if you wanted to go into the military anyways, I think it's a good opportunity to learn a lot of stuff about cybersecurity and technology in general if you can get a role in the military that teaches about cybersecurity. GradXT says, I heard a presentation from a high-ranking military cyber school official. I heard it's hands-on keyboard the whole time. Is that applicable on the outside? Well, I'm pretty sure the military, moving from cybersecurity in the military to something on the outside, like civilian stuff, it should be pretty comparable. You're going to be using a lot of the same skills. No matter if you're doing like offensive cybersecurity or defensive cybersecurity, I'm pretty sure the skills are going to be very transferable, so I don't think you need to worry about that. Oracle Writer says, I intend on going to work in Japan for cybersecurity. There's a really funny thing about Japan and cybersecurity, in that Japan's very, very underdeveloped as far as cybersecurity stuff is concerned. I think if we... Japan cybersecurity... let's see. Cybersecurity plan. I heard about, so this is sometime this year, in February 7th, 2025, passed an active cyber defense bill legislation that sets the company on a path towards bolstering cyber response capabilities and established oversight committees. So if you know about Japan and their policies regarding computer stuff in general, it can seem really, really backwards. Not to make fun of, Japanese tech firms. It's just that I've heard some really unflattering stories about how cybersecurity is conducted in Japan. Okay, so let's see. It's common to work outside the military with a military contractor. Better pay, I've heard. Okay, Langston Century says, also a bunch of honeypot business by centralized structured backed actors. Okay. Oracle Writer says, I always assumed that they were ahead when it comes to technology development. There's, if you want I worked in a few different countries as a teacher, teaching English. So I worked in South Korea, I worked in Japan, and I worked in China. So the country with the most technological adoption was South Korea. But it's much easier for South Korea because the country is tiny. It's a really small country, so implementing a lot of technological changes is very, very easy. But Japan is way bigger, and the Japanese government is not. They're not really, really quick to change anything. There's a lot of stagnation as far as the government is concerned, especially when it comes to technology, because they still use technology from the 80s and 90s. Anyways, GradXT says they also have Samsung and LG. Yeah, there are a few different really big tech companies in South Korea as well. Not to say that there aren't any really big tech companies in Japan. It's just that they're not really, from what I've heard, they're not very innovative. But anyways, we're going to move into the next part of the stream. So the next part of the stream, we're going to be doing a hacking demonstration over at DockerLabs. And I've got so many of these tabs open. Need to close some of these. Okay, so we got dockerlabs.es. We're going to be demonstrating a machine, an easy level machine over here. It's called Psycho. And if you want to take a look at the site we're looking at now, this is it over here. So I'm going to download this machine. Site failed to load. Oh, what's going on? Are we going to be able to download this thing? Jonathan Smith asks, are you going to DEF CON this year, or have you been? So I've never been down to DEF CON before. because it costs a lot of money and it takes time, and I don't have very much time or money. But eventually, maybe after the HackerFrogs channel gets large enough, I'd like to go down and maybe meet some of the other people who are watching the channel. But that's probably not going to be for another couple of years. But you know, I really would like to go down to DEF CON one of these days. Langston's Entropy says, "Sir, this is LibreWolf, right? Am I not wrongly assuming LibreWolf? Are you talking about my slides, or are you talking about something else?" I think it's like 560 ducks for a couple of days. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough because I've got a lot of responsibilities. Oh, this is this is regular old Firefox here. I'm using Kali Linux right now. And Kali Linux, yeah, this is the default web browser for Kali Linux. I need to set up my tabs over here when I do this hacking demonstration. So I'm going to need a bunch of these different tabs. So first of all, I'm going to be running a Docker container. So I'm going to be making a tab for that. I'm going to be doing some Nmap scanning. So I'm going to make another tab for this. And I'm going to be doing some web app enumeration. So I need to make another tab for that. What else? Maybe we need to do some research or brute forcing. We're probably going to do some brute forcing on this box. Langston's Entropy says, it's Firefox fork, but seeing DuckDuckGo, I thought it was LibreWolf. Did I? I don't think I used DuckDuckGo. Wait, where is it referenced? Oh no, I think DuckDuckGo appears when you use the private window. Oh, but the private window is still using Google here. Yeah, I wonder where you saw the DuckDuckGo link. Okay, so just a second. I just have to make some tabs. So this is going to be shell access. And this last one we're going to call it research. Okay, the last thing I got to do is I got to give all the tabs some pretty colors, because if your tabs have pretty colors, that means you're going to hack better. Oops. Okay. Sorry, in the search engine area, a little logo comes up in the upper search area. Let me see if I can spot what we're talking about. Oh, here? I don't see it, but if you do see it, let me know. Let me know. Okay, so let's see. So I need to get ready to do this demonstration. So this is going to be HackerFrogs. It's going to be, let's see, walkthroughs for DockerLabs, easy level, psycho. Okay. Whoops, can't edit this file. Upper URL section at the bottom of the pop-up. Bottom of the pop-up. Down here? Oh, yeah, maybe down here. Yeah, there's a DuckDuckGo over here. This time search with, okay. Yeah, no, I see it, thank you. Search engine sources are sequential. Yeah, well, we could do DuckDuckGo as well if we wanted to. I mean, that's a good little option. Okay, let me pull up my notes for this machine and then we can start. This is DockerLabs Easy Psycho. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and start this little demonstration. So what are we doing right now? So this is this topic number 3. We're doing a walkthrough of the Psycho machine located in dockerlabs.es. It's a Linux machine, and we're going to be talking about how to do some basically boot to root network hacking. So let's go ahead and start over here. All right, so everybody, this is going to be a guided walkthrough for the Psycho machine located over at the dockerlabs.es website. So this is an easy level machine that is going to be a Linux Docker container. We're going to deploy it, and then we're going to do some hacking against it. So the first thing we need to do is we need to download the machine, and we can do it from this link over here. Jonathan Smith says, this sounds intermediate. Easy. Yeah, it should be an easy level machine. What do we got over here? So this is it's a Spanish website, but it's not really too much of a problem if we're doing a Spanish hacking challenge, because we can do magic like Google Translate to see what exactly was going on. All right, so we've downloaded the file, and the first thing we need to do is we need to deploy the machine. So over here in my downloads directory, we're going to see that we've got the Psycho zip file over here. It's ready to be unzipped and deployed. So the way we deploy these machines is we run the autodeploy.sh script over here, and the way we run it is we need to make the script deploy executable, and then we need to run the script. Okay, so let's see. Screw Duolingo, we're cooking now. Yeah, Well, I mean, we can do a lot of different things to translate foreign languages. So it says, estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable, espere un momento. So it's, we are now deploying the vulnerable machine. Please wait a moment, and then we get an IP address where we can access the machine. So we're given an IP address. This is a Docker container that's deployed on our Kali Linux machine, which means we should be able to access it from this IP address. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to run an nmap scan. So the nmap scan is going to let us know what vulnerable ports and, well, what ports and services are available on this particular remote server. This is going to be the Docker container server. So we run nmap against all ports with common scripts and versioning information for whatever services we find. We're going to run it very fast, and we're going to run it in very verbose mode. Very verbose mode means that we're going to get feedback from the command before the scan ends, which is what we want. Okay, so immediately we discover 2 ports open on the machine. These are going to be ports TCP/22 and TCP/80, and these are associated with some common services. So port 80 is associated with the SSH service, which is remote login, and we're also given a version number. So the SSH server is running with OpenSSH software, version number 9.6p1 for Ubuntu. So this gives us an indication that the machine that we're testing here is running the Ubuntu OS or the Linux distribution Ubuntu. We also see that there is port 80 open on the machine. Port 80 is associated with unencrypted web pages, the HTTP protocol, and it's running via an Apache web server software, which is running with version 2.4.58, also running Ubuntu. So what we can do from here is we can start doing some web app enumeration. So over here, we're going to do our web app enumeration, and we're just going to run the dirb program. So the dirb program is going to do directory busting, and directory busting means trying to figure out which directories and files are available on the web server. So we give it this IP address, we slap HTTP in front of it, and when we run the scan, it's going to tell us that there is an assets directory, and then there is index.php. So this doesn't tell us, this doesn't tell us very much, but we can take a look at the assets directory and the index.php page. So we can just copy this URL, then go over to our web browser. In the web browser, we're just going to paste this in. And it says here, this is, well, it looks like some sort of blog. So a home for people who strive to look, feel, and perform their very best. So let's see. Welcome to the CTF. Experience the ultimate in Lorem and Quiera un mundo de caramello. We can just mouse over this. And we can, oh, you know what? We don't have the plugin that lets us translate this. But we can translate this over at translate.google.com and just paste in the language. I want a world of candy. Oh, okay. I want some candy. Okay, awesome. All right, so what do we got over here? So when we take a look at this web page, one of the things that we could do is we could take a look at the HTTP source for the web page. So we just right-click, we do View Page Source. This is going to be all of the source code for this web page. Strangely enough, we get an error over here. Not exactly sure why. So we see this error message at the bottom. Of course, it doesn't actually show up on the web page, or does it? Yeah, no, the error actually appears on the web page here. So what exactly is going on? Before we do that, maybe we should check out the other directory that we found called assets. Okay, so the assets directory here, we got their background over here, background.jpg. And one thing I'm actually a little bit curious about is what technology is being used on the website. We see here that this page is called index.php, and PHP pages can occasionally be vulnerable to a web vulnerability called local file inclusion. So let's talk a little bit more about that before we go forward. Okay, so local file inclusion. So any PHP page could potentially be tested for a local file inclusion vulnerability. When we talk about local file inclusion, we have to understand what URL parameters first. URL parameters are variables attached to the end of URLs. They can be identified by the question mark directly after the web page or directory name, followed by a parameter key name, then the equal sign, then the value. So in this case, the start of the parameters is this question mark, and then a key, which is color in this case, and then the equal signs, and then the value, in this case is blue. Langston's Entropy says, also they love to host PHP on Tor. That's not very secure. I haven't done very much stuff on Tor, but if they're running a lot of PHP, that could potentially be a really bad problem. But okay, so another thing about URL parameters is that they're very, very common on websites. If there are multiple parameters included in the same URL, they're going to be separated by the ampersand symbol. So here's one URL parameter here, color equals blue. Then there's a separator, and then another URL parameter, sort equals newest. So URL parameter use cases. There are a few different reasons why web pages use URL parameters. The most common one is for search queries. So if we were to go to google.com and do any search, when the web page that comes back to us is going to include the name of whatever we search for in the Q URL parameter here. So Q equals apples. It basically tells the web application what we're supposed to be sending back as far as search terms are concerned. So with this if we understand these kind of URL parameters, we can start learning a little bit about local file inclusion. So local file inclusion, usually called LFI, it's going to be a web app vulnerability where arbitrary local web server files can be accessed through a web interface. So LFI vulnerabilities can lead to sensitive data exposure and can also be used as the first step in a chain of exploits. So when we do our local file inclusion attack, we usually like to include a payload that looks kind of like this. So it's a bunch of ... slashes, and then the file that we want to read by using the local file inclusion attack. So each time we do a ... slash over here, it's going to indicate an elevation of 1 level in the file system, traveling from the web app's working directory up to the top level directory. So most of the time when you've got a Linux web server, the web application is going to be running in this directory here, var http www. But each time you give one of these ... slashes in the payload, it moves up a directory. And after you've moved up enough directories, you can try to access the file that we want. In this case, it would be the etc password file. So from the top level directory, we can provide a file path to the file that we want to access through local file inclusion. So a typical test for local file inclusion on Linux and Unix web servers is to try to access the etc password file, since it's a publicly readable file by default and gives information regarding the usernames on the web server. So we're also going to be doing some URL parameter fuzzing in our attack, because we don't actually know the name of the parameter that's being used on the web application. So since we don't know any legitimate URL parameter names for the web page, we can test the server by using a fuzzing program like FFUF. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get the index page. So the index page is, hold on, I need to change out my music. Let's play some moody space music. I love this stuff. Okay, so we know that the page that we're trying to test is this one right here. So it is index.php. So what we're going to do over at our brute forcing tab here. Whoops, that's not what we're looking for. We're going to run the FFUF program to do some fuzzing. What we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out what the correct URL parameter is, and we're going to try to figure out if we can use any of these URL parameters to access some files. And the file that we're going to try to access, well, is going to be the etc password file via local file inclusion. And let's see. So when we use the FFUF program, we need to use we need to supply a number of different parameters. In this case, it's going to look like this. So FFUF, we provide the URL over here and the payload. We specify that we want the fuzzing point over here to be the URL parameter. It's going to go through the word list over here. So this file is called burp parameter names. This is a list of, I think it's 100, or it's a couple of hundred of the most common parameter names for web applications. It's going to try to figure out which one is valid. And let's see, who has subscribed? Eufus has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. And Langston G says this works kind of like a regex engine, I guess. Well, the fuzz is kind of like regex, where it's replacing fuzz with whatever is in the word list. But Eufus, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Why don't you have a hack the planet?
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we're going to, well, before we do this, I'm going to need to encase the payload over here in a couple of single quotes. So the reason we do this is because there's a special character in the URL, and these special characters can sometimes mess up the our bash commands. So let's go ahead and run the command. So this output here is, well, it's not very useful because we can't identify which one of these payloads is different from all the other ones. We see that for most of these payloads over here, they all come back with a size of 2596. So we're going to get rid of all of the payloads that are sent to the application that have a size of 2596. So we're just going to use the same command, but we're going to filter out the size that comes back 2596. Cyber Dante has it correct. Okay, so we give this over here, and we see that only one payload came back without the size 2596, or 2596, yeah. So it's this one over here called secret. That's funny that it's called secret. Langston's Entropy says, I know fuzzy search like Vim file search extensions, but I didn't know that you could be used like this. Now I understand. Thank you. Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries. But this is, I mean, this is FFUF. It's a different program. It's used for fuzzing web applications. If you want to know more about FFUF, well, I can give you, I think it's on GitHub. Yeah. So it's a GitHub project. Let me give you the link. Sigma says, pretty random. Have you tried Elden Ring? I don't own any consoles, and I don't think my computer could. I don't think I could stream Elden Ring because it's pretty graphics intense game. But also, I don't think anybody would watch me I don't think anybody would watch me play Elden Ring. But thank you very much for asking about that. Okay, so what are we doing? So we managed to find this URL parameter here, secret, and if we go back to the web application here, we're just going to give the secret payload here. So, whoops, let me get this and let me illustrate this in my web browser. Okay. All right. So what does this mean? Stick it. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. Let's give you a nan cap. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so this is the payload that we're doing over here. So it is the IP address, sorry, the URL here, and we discovered through fuzzing that there is a secret URL parameter here called secret, and through the secret URL parameter, we can actually load in a file, and the file we're loading in is the etc password file. So this is the file with all the usernames. Kubi Benjamin has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, Kubi Benjamin. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so let's go ahead and provide this to the web browser and see what happens. Okay, so it looks like we got some etc password output over here. So I'm just going to put this in the page source format so we can look at this a little easier. So over here, this is the contents of the etc password file in the web server. GradXT says fuzzy search is being able to have typos and it still turning up results. FF is a fuzzer which automates trying different payloads. Don't know why they call that a fuzzer. So I mean, I think it's because they call it they call the act fuzzing, So web app fuzzing. Web fuzzing, everything you need to know. So web fuzzing provides automated web app testing, okay? So what is web app fuzzing? So it's a critical technique for finding vulnerabilities in web application by efficiently trying a large number of different inputs. So it's basically feeding a bunch of different input to an application to try to figure out if there's any vulnerability that you can find. So, I mean, the name of the activity is just called fuzzing. I'm not too sure why they use the word fuzz, but it's what they choose to call it. Okay, we're looking at this. All right, so among this input, an interesting thing that we can determine is that there is a user on the system called Louisillo. And Louisillo, if we know that this user exists, we can start looking for specific files that are owned by this user, because we also know the user's home directory, which in this case is going to be /home/Louisillo. Okay, I think we can go over to this slide here. So local file inclusion, user enumeration. So using LFI, we're able to view the etc password file, which includes users named Vaxay and Louisillo. So if the web server is not secured properly, we could view these users' common private files. So I actually missed this one, Vaxay. But there's Vaxay and there's Louisillo. We could try looking inside their home directories for some common files. GradXT says SSH key mayhaps. Could be. Come on, guys. This is on YouTube. What are we talking about? No worries. Listen, we're all here to to do some education stuff. We're all trying to learn about hacking. We're all trying to expand our knowledge of stuff. And well, I'm here to demonstrate how to do this hacking exercise. All right. So what are we doing now? So this information could include something like a user's SSH private file key. So we're using local file inclusion to steal an SSH private key, which can be used to log on to the server. If we can capture this, it can be used to log into the server as that user. So let's go ahead and see if we can do that. So over here, we're going to modify our payload. So the payload is not going to be etc password, but instead it's going to be home vaxay .sh, where the SSH private keys are stored, and then it's going to be IDRSA, which is the name of the private key file. So let's see if we can access this. So I'm just going to copy this. I'll use this as the payload inside the web app. Okay, and then we'll access this over here, and bingo, we've got an SSH private key here. So down at the bottom, this is the private key for the Vaxay user. So I'm just going to copy this entire thing. Can I copy it? Yep. Okay, and after I've copied it, I'm going to make my own SSH private key on my system. So my system is the Kali Linux system, and we're going to do that over here. So I'm going to make a file called IDRSA. We're going to paste in the private key that we just captured. Then we're going to save it. Okay, so Gameboy says the shadow file. Yeah. Unfortunately, we would like to read the shadow file, but it's very unlikely that the shadow file is going to be readable by whatever user is running the web application. It's usually www data, but it's not impossible. Nothing's impossible. But in this case, we can read this SSH private key. Okay, so after we've created the key file, we need to give it very specific permissions, because SSH doesn't like it when private key files have loose permissions. So we're just going to create it with permission type 600, which means that the owner can read and write it, but no other group or no other users can read the file or write the file. Langston's Entropy says, I was referring to the comment about me on the chat. Huh, did somebody talk about... Sorry, I haven't been keeping track of conversation. We can't do chmod 777 on IDRSA. That's not going to work. Okay. All right. So we've changed the file permissions on the file, and we can see over here that only the file owner can read and write, and this is going to be okay to use to log in. So we're going to log in as the vaxa user, and we're going to do it over here. So let's see, SSH as the vaxa user at this IP address. We also need to provide the name of the IDRSA file. Okay, so looks like we've been using too many of the same IP address for these machines. So I'm going to need to delete that, and then we're going to try again. Whoops. Okay, we got an ad going on. Sorry everybody, I need to take a little ad break. Okay, so Aman Lecroti says, I just joined, what are we doing in a nutshell, please? We're hacking a Linux machine. We're doing a demonstration for hacking a Linux machine right now. And if you go back about, I don't know, say about 30 minutes, you should be able to catch the beginning of this portion of the stream where I talk about what exactly we're hacking. But anyways, let's put on a bird video. Please enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. All right, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. All right, so it's going to ask us if we want to continue connecting. The answer is yes. And we're now logged in as the vaxa user. So if we ask who am I, it says we are vaxa, which means we need to call in our friend, Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man, who's going to talk about how exactly we broke into this server. So let's call up Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Psycho Administrator, it seems like you fell victim to local file inclusion. That was a big mistake. We found the secret parameter name by doing some fuzzing, and then we used it to access personal files. We stole the SSH private key from the vaxa user, and then we used it to log in. Maybe you knew about these web app security problems, or maybe you accepted the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha! And now we're in.
Okay, everybody, we just logged in to the server as the vaxa user by taking advantage of the local file inclusion vulnerability. So the first thing we should do is we should try to figure out if this user has any sudo permissions with this command over here, sudo-l. So permissions are basically running any commands on the system in the context of another user. So this is what we get. It says here that the user vaxe may run the following commands on this host here. So as the Louisillo user, without putting in a password, we can run this program right here. So it's user bin Perl, and user bin Perl is, well, Perl is a scripting language, and we can actually use this to do some privilege escalation. So privilege escalation is basically getting elevated privileges on a system. And as far as Linux binaries are concerned, there's a website that we like to use if we find that we can run sudo with any particular binaries. It's called gtfobins.github.io, and I'll just leave the link over here. Okay, so the gtfobins website is a curated list of Unix binaries that can be used to bypass local security restrictions in misconfigured systems. So on the site, we can search for whichever binary we're interested in, and in this case, we're interested in the Perl binary. So the Perl binary over here, it's got an entry for sudo, and we can click on that, and it gives us this information about the Perl binary. So if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So it also gives us a command that we can run to do the privilege escalation. So we can just copy and paste this. So what is the command doing essentially? So we're using Perl to run a system command. So we're going to run the bin sh program, which is basically a shell. So if we can get shell access with sudo, it's going to give us a shell in the context of whatever user we're using it in. So we can run sudo with the Louisillo user. So we're going to get a shell as the Louisillo user. So we're going to go back, we're going to paste in the command, but we need to change it a little bit. So bin sh, we're going to change this to bin bash. This is a much nicer shell than bin sh. And we're going to specify that we're going to run it as the Louisillo user, like this. So if this runs correctly, we're going to use the Perl command to run as the Louisillo user and open up a bash shell. And we should be the Louisillo user when we open up this shell. So we are now the Louisillo user. We ask who am I? We are now Louisillo. So we've just done some lateral privilege escalation, and from here, Langston's entropy says they usually use trace IP and reject multiple node routed connections right on the port. They also show inaccurate ports on scan. I don't know. They usually trace IP and reject multiple node routed connections right on the port. They also show inaccurate ports on the scan. Are you talking about defense against people trying to brute force their way into SSH systems? Or are you talking about something else along students entropy? Please let us know. Okay, so from here we're going to try to figure out if the Louisillo user has any elevated privileges with sudo. So we can just do the same command again, sudo l. And it says here that the user Louisillo may run the following commands on the server. So as root, with no password, without putting in the password, we can run the python3 command on this script over here. So the script is called pa.py in the op directory. So we can move into the op directory to take a look at the file that we're taking a look that we can run as sudo here. So when we take a look inside the op directory, there are a couple of interesting things. Oh, Linux sysadmins. Okay. So an interesting thing about this directory is that this directory, we can write to this directory, which is kind of unusual because the op directory in Linux is usually not, it's usually a secure directory, and it's usually not writable by random users like it is in this case. The other thing that we need to take a look at is the contents of the paw script here. So the paw script here, we can run it as root, but we can't edit the script. We only have write access to the script. So let's talk about how we're going to take advantage of the script to get privilege escalation. So our first privilege escalation was using sudo with Perl, and according to the sudo l output, the previous user, the vaxa user, can run the Perl command as the Luisillo user. So we took advantage of this by searching up the Perl binary on a website like GTFO bins. And according to the site, Perl can be used to open a privileged shell if we can run it as sudo. Note that this is lateral privilege escalation because it gets us access as another user, not the root or the super user. So the second privilege escalation we're going to be doing is something called script hijacking. So according to the sudo l output, this user, the Luisillo user, can run a command as root, but only with a certain script and only with the Python 3 program. When we look at the file permissions where the specified script is, we can see that our user can write to that directory. So this means if the Python script we can run contains dependencies, which it does, we can perform a script hijacking attack. So the reason why we can take advantage of this is because the script we can run is importing a bunch of modules or library files as part of running the Python script. So script hijacking is an attack where we're able to execute arbitrary commands in a script through manipulation of the script's dependencies. So the script depends on the subprocess module, the OS module, the sys module, the time module. In the case of Python scripts, we would be importing, this would be imported modules, so these ones over here. So when we run the vulnerable script with sudo, the script will import the subprocess file from the directory where the script is, instead of the regular Python module directory. So in this case, we're going to create a malicious module, a malicious Python module. So how do we do that? Let's take a look at paw.py. It doesn't matter what the script actually does. It does matter that it's going to try to import a script file called subprocess. So because we can write to the directory where the script is, and we can actually create our own malicious subprocess file. Game Boy has it correct. You can do a script with that opens up a shell. Siva Aditya says, "What time? What time? What time is it now?" It's almost 6 o'clock where I am, but it's probably a different time. Probably a different time where you are. Thank you very much for, gifting a tier 1 subscription. Thank you very much. Feeding the creators. Thank you. And you know what? Let's give you a special redeem. How about we give you a, what do we got? What about Budweiser? You might know these frogs from somewhere.
Bud. Primes. Bud. Primes. Bud. Primes. Bud.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We can create this malicious subprocess file in this directory because it's writable. So we're just going to do that. So nano subprocess. Oh, sorry, it's going to be subprocess.py. Yeah. So we're going to create the subprocess.py file. We're just going to include one command in there. Well, actually, no, there's going to be a couple. So we're going to import the pty module, and then we're going to do pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, and what the script does is it basically opens up a bash shell. And because we're going to be running the script as root, it's going to open up a root shell for us when it runs these commands. We're going to save this modified buffer. Okay, so the reason why the script hijacking works is because of the way Python works. So whenever Python imports one of these files, it's going to run all of the code inside the file once in a process that's called module initialization. So because there's malicious code inside of the file that we created, it's going to run the malicious code as soon as it imports the file. Please tell me the PC specs. PC specs, I don't really pay too much attention to my PC specs, but let me get my information for you because you're interested. Okay, so this is... let me see if I can copy this over. I don't know if I can copy this over. There, this is my processor, and I don't know if I can get my video card. Where's my video card? Yeah, I should probably include my my system specs in my About Me page. But anyways, I don't pay very much attention. I'm not really doing very much high performance with my system here. But there it is, if that's what you want. Okay, so what are we doing? So we got the paw.py script, we got the subprocess.py file. When we run the paw.py script, it's going to look inside the current directory for this subprocess module to import. So we just need to run sudo python3 paw.py. When we run the file, it's going to import the subprocess.py module, and it's going to run the code inside there. The code inside there is going to open up a shell, and because we're running it as sudo, it's going to be a root shell. Siva says RAM. How much RAM? I've got... How much RAM is this? I've got an obscene amount of RAM. Installed physical RAM is 64 gigabytes of RAM. Langston's Entropy says, in C++ you can manipulate the socket structures. Python seems very practical for this. It's not really anything I've thought too much about. But anyways, let's go ahead and run the script. So because we were doing path hijacking or script hijacking, yeah, we should get a root shell. Oh, why is it asking for the password? That's weird. Hold on. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, we're now root. So if we ask who I am, it says we're root. And that means we get to do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Langston's Entropy says you can also execute C as bash commands. So overflowing the buffer, you can basically execute random code on native. Yeah, I mean, the great thing about Linux is that Linux was written in C. So there's a lot of you can write a lot of kernel exploits by writing C code. Okay, so yeah, Sigma Gat says that was fast. Well, I mean, okay. So the last thing we need to do is we need to prove that we compromise the server. So if we move into the root directory, now that we're root, so there are no flags or anything that we can read to prove that we compromise the server. So instead of reading a file, we're just going to do some web page defacement. So this is some old school hacker stuff right here. You break into a web server and you replace the contents of the landing page with the page that says that we routed the server. Oreobyte says, be right back. No worries, no worries. Siva says, are you running VM or bare metal? So this is a Kali Linux VM for sure. I wouldn't run Kali Linux bare metal. It's the VM is a much better option, especially if something screws up really bad, you can always revert the VM to a previous snapshot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not trying to get the information about my system for anything malicious. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to do web page defacement. So we're just going to replace the contents of index.php with our own message. So we're just going to edit the file, and we're just going to get rid of everything here. And we're going to get a web page that we created. So let's see. Walkthroughs. We got our index.html page here. So I'm just going to copy this. So this is our own web page that we created here, and we're just going to leave a little message for the web administrators. Okay, so the message is going to be this. Hi, you've been hacked by the HackerFrogs. Let's see. You left a URL parameter on your web page, and we were able to fuzz Okay. The next one is going to be what? We stole a user's SSH key, private key. We stole a SSH user's private key and logged in From there, we took advantage of the sudo permissions the users had. Okay. This is getting kind of long. Your crucial mistakes were leaving URL parameters that could be used for local file inclusion. And leaving the opt directory writable, which let us do script hijacking. Thanks. This was a fun challenge. See you next time. Okay, so let's see. Francisco Martin says, "What are you doing now?" So we're just doing some web page defacement. We're gonna change the contents of the web page on the web server. The last thing we need to do is we need to include our graphic, which is over here. Let me just grab that. So this is going to be our HackerFrogs logo. Okay, we got our HackerFrogs logo over here, and we just need to upload it. So that means we need to move it into our directory. Then we need to host a server we can download it from. So we're just going to upload it to this directory here. So we're just going to wget, download the file. Okay. Cool binary frog there. Honeypot's old good time. Langston's Entropy says, I think some sysadmins run separate servers as honeypots and have their actual setup air-gapped. Well, I mean, that would be that would be the safe way to do it. Of course, these are all intentionally vulnerable exercises, and let's go ahead and finish off the exercise by accessing the defaced web page. So the defaced web page is going to be at index.php. Okay, awesome. So this is what the defaced web page looks like. You've been hacked by the HackerFrogs. You left a URL parameter on your web page that we were able to fuzz. We stole a user's SSH private key and logged in. From there, we took advantage of the pseudo permissions the users had. Your crucial mistakes were leaving URL parameters that could be used for local file inclusion, and leaving the opt directory writable, which let us do script hijacking. Thanks. This was a fun challenge. See you next time. The Shy Hat on... Oh, we need to we need to date our message. Sorry. Let's go back in and provide the correct date. Okay, so this is June 9th. Okay. And let's reload the page. Okay, so we left our graphic. We've got our message to the administrator here. We got our date. That's great. Okay, Langston's Entropy says, Francisco Martin says, is this from Try Hack Me? No, this is from DockerLabs. I think you might be able to image source the GitHub raw link. I don't know if the Docker container... I don't think the Docker container has internet access. But, I mean, it's fine either way. Okay, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Psycho system over at dockerlabs.es. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, OreoBite says collab time. Yeah, we're gonna do some collab stuff now with our good friend OreoBite. And oh, okay, I didn't notice that the music changed. All right, so OreoBite, whenever you want to send the collab invite, I'm just going to switch over to my Twitch on my web browser. Okay, so I see that OreoBite wants to collaborate. We're going to be doing some Okay, so I need to add. I need to fix some OreoBite's audio because I don't think anybody can hear OreoBite right now. So let me go ahead and fiddle around with those audio settings. Just a second.
I'm gonna wolf down my food while you fix that.
If you want, I mean, if you need to eat, you can eat while I talk with the chat about what exactly we're doing.
I think I am currently ahead at the moment for the thing we're doing.
Oh yeah? Did you finish level 15?
What level am I at? I don't remember.
I mean, if you're ahead, that's fine. I might ask you for some advice if I get stuck.
One of them I did by hand without any script. Oh, CD.
Okay, so for anybody who doesn't know, what we're doing today is we're going to be working on some Linux. Well, they're kind of like privilege escalation labs. Would you call them privilege escalation labs, OreoBite?
Like an over the wire clone.
Yeah, it's well. I mean, I guess if you know over the wire, you could call it an over wire clone. Yeah.
It's
Hold on.
basically like singular challenges instead of like a whole machine, kind of like a Jeopardy style CTF, but instead of like each individual challenge, it's packaged in its own module. It's a kind of a journey.
Yeah, I mean each they're little security challenges that you access via SSH. And if you're interested in in doing these challenges yourself, then we've got this link over here, and I've also got the link for all the write-ups that I've been doing. If you want to take a look, let me grab that link. So let's see. These are hack the web. Sorry, no, these are hack my VM. So if you're interested in doing what we're doing, then you can go ahead and access the levels, the information, the user information's all there. And who just subscribed? Francisco Martin. Wow, just subscribed a euro. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for the super chat, Francisco Martin. And
Okay.
yeah, so if you want to do this yourself, then you would use SSH from any Linux terminal. And we got ads running on ads running on YouTube. Sorry, we need to take a little ad break. What are you eating for dinner, Oreo Bite?
Hot dogs on bread with like basically instead of a burger, it's just hot dog, but
So
not hot dog. Better than hot dog.
so hot dog with bread bun.
Yeah, bread bun, avocado, greens. Basically a different type of sandwich.
You know, people argue with that hot dogs are sandwiches.
I don't have a response to that.
It's meant to be kind of a controversial take.
Are the chats already fused together?
Um,
Never mind. There we go. There we go.
are
I
they
think
are they merged now?
it's merged now.
Okay, awesome.
I think so.
Okay, let me put the birds away and then. But yeah, thank you very much for the super chat, Francisco. And you know what? Let me give you a special video redeem for the donation. How about we give you a frog song?
Oh yeah. I brute forced number 15 by hand.
Okay, so we're currently working on level number 15 of this game, and I'm not. Yeah, I don't think I figured out how to do the challenge. So
Do you want a
so
hint?
well, you know what? I'll ask for a hint after I've taken a look at it. But you can go ahead and work on the later levels in the background. Uh,
I got to 19, was like, aha, it's completely this.
you got to level 19, jeez.
Uh, and then looked at the output, typed it out, tried to use it as the password, and didn't work.
Okay, so what's the name of this level now? I need to grab my write up.
But if you think I have some fancy dancy script for number 15, I did it all by hand.
I don't know if I will. Well, I mean, I don't even know what exactly we need to do in this level. I'll figure it out in just a little bit. So if anybody doesn't know the person who I'm collaborating with, this is OreoByte, and OreoByte um, another cybersecurity Twitch and YouTube creator.
I mostly create on YouTube, but yeah.
So let's shout out OreoByte. There you go. Okay, so this is the Athena user. Nope. Oh wait, what's going on here? So this is
okay.
So I'm just trying to keep track of all my information from my write-ups. Game Boy says Maria. Maria? What are we talking about here? Okay, so let me log into the level and then we'll figure out what's going on. So get out of here. I guess I can shut down the Docker container as well because we're not using that anymore. Okay. So we're going to log in. As the Athena user. Okay, so just in case anybody wants to try the same levels, the same challenges we are, I'll just leave the SSH command that we're using over here, as well as the password for the current level. So this is the SSH command you would use, and this is the username and password. So if you want to do some Linux, some fun Linux challenges, Linux security challenges with us, that is the link. Well, sorry, that is the SSH command you would use. Okay, let's log in. Okay, so what do we need to do in this level? So let's take a look at the mission.txt file. So the user aura lets us use our new script. So this is the description. You got some really crunchy bread there, OreoByte.
Oh, fine.
I mean, I don't mind. I don't, I don't mind. But some people are really upset by hearing like eating noises. You know what I'm talking about?
I understand.
Okay, so what we need to do is we need to figure out what exactly this script is doing.
I basically worked out, and in the process, didn't have time to eat lunch. So here we are.
Yeah, no, I mean, no worries. I'm not. I'm not gonna get mad at you for eating on screen. Okay, so this script over here. So it read hack me, secure the condition. If hack me equals something, then exit. So it's going to copy. So there are a couple of variables in here. GroudXT says noise reduction 1000% for those people. I'm guessing that GroudXT is a person who doesn't like hearing people eat.
Oops, my bad. I just mute myself for like
So hack me equals something. So it doesn't tell us what it is. Exit. If hack me equals something exit, and then hack me is going to be aura new pass dev null. GretXD says, I don't mind, but that would be the solution. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if there are any people who are very, very upset at the eating noises. I don't think. I mean, you're finished eating, right? Right, Areobite, or you still have a bit to go.
I have a bit to go, but I'll be done in like a few minutes.
Okay. So read hack me. Read hack me. So read means hack me. Hack me is the name of a file, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we can't write to this directory. And we're not sure where the script we're supposed to run actually is, but we could probably figure it out with this command over here. Oh, we got a lot of proc.
I think GoPro is the one that solved that one.
GoPro's been doing these exercises?
He was tuning in when I was trying to do it.
Oh,
And he
really?
had the right answer.
Oh, okay.
So GoPro's here. Just saying.
Is GoPro in your chat?
No, I'm just saying if they're here.
Oh, if GoPro were here, okay. Grunt Play, thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a hack the planet.
The one after I did manually.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Gruntplay says, "Oh, some computer hackers streaming." Yeah, we're trying to do some hacking challenges over here, and so I think we might be looking for a script that's owned by the Aura user. Okay. So this might be... Gruntplay says, I shut down my VM. Time to rest. Sorry. No worries. If you don't want to hack along with us, that's fine. You can hang out. There's no problem. Use the P's for enumerating. I don't think... No, I don't think this is that type of environment. We don't need to use WinPs right now, or LinPs for that matter. So I need to figure out if this is the script we want to run. So you're currently working on level number 19. Cron tabs. I think we might be looking at cron tabs. We might be looking at cron tabs a little bit later, but I don't think we need to look at cron tabs for this level. PSpy64. You know, you're thinking. I can tell you've done some of these exercises before Grunt Play, because you know about the PSpy64 binary. Yeah, that would be used for looking at cron tab stuff, or basically files or binaries that are run at regular intervals.
What I was referring to is the next challenge.
Oh, Grunt Play, you're looking at Oreobite stream. Hmm. Okay, so the script we're looking at is the Ori underscore old script, but I don't think this is not the script we want to run. The script we want to run is probably out there somewhere on the file system. Langston's entropy thing says these are shell extensions, I think. Okay, let's play some faster than light. Okay, so let's go ahead and search for the name of that file. That didn't go through. Okay, so let's take a look at this new file now. So this is run as the Athena. Is this? This is different? Oh, OreoBite, when were you streaming these challenges last?
I was streaming when you raided me. I just kept going.
Oh, okay. So you just kept on going late into the night? Is that what we're supposed to understand?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So,
I basically kept going until I got stuck.
Oh, okay. So let's see. So I don't know, man. I'm not too sure where the script is. Langston's entropy says also if the server is on a VM, there was something like VRKIS command or something like that used to search using the virt manager. I think. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure.
You can always
Yeah.
check, sudo dash l. sudo dash l.
What? Oh man. Okay. Pwned Ari. Yeah, I should have done this from the start. I should do this in every level, basically. Okay, so bash bin bash ari.sh.
Yes and no, it's complicated.
Well, I'll figure out what is going on with this script in just a second. So permission denied. I can run the script, but I can't read the script. Okay.
It's trying to respond to Sigma's question.
Oh, Oreo. Sudo-L has made many appearances this stream. Run it. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can try running it and see what happens by default. Okay. So it reads in hack me. So hack me is going to be user input. So if hack me equals something, then exit aura new pass dev null. So nope. I wonder what it is we need to supply here. It's going to be some sort of what is it looking for? Read in hack me as a variable. If hack me, what is this sign right here? Equal or tilde?
All right, I'm done eating and I'm energized.
Good to hear.
It's
What's
once
the
you know the answer, it makes more sense.
Yeah, okay. Abdul Qadir? Abdul Qadir has just subscribed. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube, Abdul Qadir. Is Aura a new password or something? Charisse, hello, nice to see you here. And Aura is the name of a user. And we're trying to get Aura's password as part of this challenge here. So okay, so I'm not sure what this means in Bash, so I'll ask the AI. Maybe it can give me a better idea of what's happening here. Okay, so what does this Bash conditional do? Okay, so the bash conditional checks if the variable hackme matches the regex pattern equal tilde, and exits the script if there is a match. So let's see. Equal tilde operator tests if hackme matches the regular expression. In regex, question mark matches 0 or 1 of the preceding character. Here it's trying to match 8 literal question mark characters, since each question mark is quoted as a string. If the condition is true, the script terminates immediately. So are we supposed to supply the question marks here? So I'll work at this for a while. If I get stuck, I'll ask you for a hand, okay? Worry about it.
Okay. I know exactly how to phrase the hint.
Well, that's good. That's good. Cherie says, "Hey, just arrived." Okay. Langston's entropy says, "Looks like the email service. Can definitely try this." Yeah, if you want to try it out. Okay, so here's some question marks. The question marks didn't work. But Charisse, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Okay, so the equal tilde operator. So the equal tilde operator is okay, so what is the equal tilde operator? Equal tilde operator is a regex matching operator used within the double brackets to test if a string matches a regular expression. Okay. So the returns exit status 0 if true, or otherwise 1 false. So is it searching for... It's not searching for the question marks. So what are these question marks in regex? GredXT says regex 101 tester might help. Parth Mate Tree says, hi, new here, what you doing? So we're doing some Linux security exercises, and if you want to join in yourself, let me go ahead and get the command you would use in SSH to access this level. I think it's something like this. Okay, and this is the username and password. Langston's Entropy says there are many test vendors for self-mail service hosting people. I heard it's very complicated though. Okay, so GredXT pointed us at some regex testing site. Regex.
Oh, Cyborg is rating. Thanks for the raid. I don't know.
Oh, Slyborg is rating in, yeah? Hi, Slyborg. Can you hear me? Okay, so enter your regular expression here. So if the regular expression here is, was it 8 question marks? Okay, enter your test string here. Test
Run,
string.
play. Thanks for the follow.
So the question marks represent the number of letters in a word. Okay, so, it looks like the regular expression didn't go through. How about this? Test string, Okay, I'm gonna ask for that hint, Oreo Byte. What kind of nonsense is this thing looking for?
Read through the whole thing. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I'm focusing on the regex, but I should not be focusing on the regex. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
correct.
Okay. Echo what read hack me. So read hack me means it's going to take in user input and it's going to save it to hack me. I'm not too sure. Skibbity Sigma Mail. Skibbity Sigma Mail. Wow, that sure is a username. Hold on. Looks like some people's messages are getting
Shufo Poofer. If I said that correctly, thanks to the
you nailed it. Awesome. Set hack me shell variable to bin password. Set hack me shell variable to bin password. So bin password. You mean literally bin password? Export. Let's see. Hack me variable, right? But Skibbity Sigma Mail, are you a cybersecurity person? Are you a cybersecurity student? Let us know in the chat. Me when sudo. We're trying to figure it out. Okay, let's run the thing again. Skibbity is the bomb. It's yes, I'm a complete beginner. Okay, Skibbity Sigma Mail, great. Yeah, if you want to learn some basics about some cybersecurity stuff, I've got a playlist on YouTube that you can take a look at. How about, let me go ahead and get it. It's over here. Trying to be the next big thing. Well, I mean, we all got to work towards being the next big thing. It would be nice. Or a new pass. Cherie says, I'm a new graduate as well. Noble says, I have half a decade of cybersecurity under my belt, but 20% of it was spent studying. CEO says, seeing this live while coding an AI assistant at 3 in the morning, quite nice. Everybody's got some stuff going on, especially people who are not located in North America. So what are you guys up to? So we're just trying to do some security exercises here. And what OreoBite, you said that you could have scripted the solution for this challenge.
That's the next challenge.
Oh, that's the next challenge. It's not this challenge.
I thought you were on the next challenge.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do I have to play my file now?
Okay, so what do we got here? Password after what? Password after what? So hack me is hack me interpreted? Well, I mean, hack me is so bin password.
Because it asks for something, and then it returns nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know how to use this tool.
Okay, so if read and hack me or a new pass. Or a new pass.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Sherry says, is the password something you're supposed to add? DideVX says, I guess this is being streamed to both Twitch and YouTube, right? Yeah, we're both on, well, I mean, I'm both on Twitch and YouTube. OreoBite is on Twitch. Or a new pass. Yeah, or a new pass. Can we just hash the password out? I mean, so this is checking to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 characters. What can we do here? Hold on, everybody. I want to take a look at the environment variables here, but the environment variables might have my IP address in there. So I'm just going to put this off screen for a second, and while I check, yeah, there's my IP address sitting right here in the environment variables. Let me let me go ahead and delete that. Okay, now my IP address is no longer on the screen. Great. Okay. Anyways, let's see. GradXT says, is this a timing attack that you can do something while read is being called? I'm not too sure. Oreo Bite, is there something you can anything else you can share about the challenge that that might help but is not too spoilery?
In the code, it seems like it sends stuff to nothing. So anytime you type something after the what, regardless of what you type, like it all disappears. What is something you could use that gets around the disappearing act?
Okay. What is something that I could use to get around the disappearing act? So this is all being sent to dev null. How can I get around everything being... No, wait. This is not being sent to dev null. It's only the error messages are being sent to dev null. Langston's entropy says, do you guys also stream Rumble, Odyssey, and more something stream platforms, maybe PeerTube, etc.? I mean, I'm only trying to stream to the largest platforms because I'm trying to grow the channel. So that's why I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I think I'm also on LinkedIn for some reason. This might be because of the application trace, maybe a timing fork. So, stuff is disappearing. How can we get around... Yeah, I'm not... Okay, so just because I am not really sure what to do, I'm going to get some suggestions from the AI. I wonder if the AI could figure this out. Okay, we are trying to get a specific file while running this script. Can we do this? GredXT says, can you read the file descriptor? I'm not too well versed in it, but I ran into it on a CTF challenge. Okay, so let's go ahead and read the description for the challenge. The user aura lets us use our new script. So I guess the only thing that we're being told here is that we can run the script that is owned by the aura user, which is this. Can we set the hack me variable to any 8-character thing? Well, I mean, we could make we could make the hack me variable this, and that's 8 characters. Let's see if this does anything. Doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, the file descriptor, FD file descriptor in Linux. FD file descriptor. What? How would we access that? Let's see what the what solution the AI has here first. Okay, so you want to read a file name from the user input. The script should only allow specific file names. If valid, the script should output the file's contents. Replace the commented regex check with a strict validation. We can't we can't modify... Hold on. We can't modify this script. We need to use it as is. Okay, so key observations. Variable hackme is read from the user. Checks if hackme contains the literal string 8 question marks. If matched, the script exits early. So we need to not meet it. This executes hackme as a command with the argument rnew_pass with the error suppressed. This executes hackme as a command with the argument rnew_pass. It's got to be wrong already about the question marks. Use hackme to execute a shell command like cat or head. ext extension wave. DiDevX, are you talking about my challenge, or are you talking about OreoBytes challenge? Okay, so let's see. Read hackme. Let's see. Deja Utilizer. Deja Utilizer says Langston's entropy. Okay. For Google Dorkin. Okay, we've run this thing. If we just give the cat command, everything disappears. So, OreoByte, you're talking about how if we try to do something, it disappears, that we need to...
It's asking for a string. It's as read, supposedly.
Yeah.
And then even if it's whatever the action is, because you're supplying the part, not the file name, but you're supplying like the command part, right? But it's getting sent to dev null, so any output gets thrown away.
Okay.
So what would you supply to get around disappearing? We technically have this already. Oh, this is just like, okay. I'm trying to figure out how to do this without the Python thing.
Echo hi. Oh, okay. So GretXT, let me try your suggestion over here. Symlink. Create a symlink or a new pass to etc password. Well, I mean, what would Aura's password be? Okay, this isn't 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think commenting out the doesn't work either. Do we need to redirect into a file?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's...
How would... If you redirect it into a file that's owned by somebody else, how would you read the file?
That's a good question. So we need to figure out...
Well, I was just as lost as you were until GoPro stepped in and saved the day.
Oh, GoPro. GoPro supplied the answer, yeah? Um,
After twiddling my thumbs for way too long.
well, okay, so this command
Is this gonna mess up my headphones?
GradXT says this challenge is kind of crazy. So after you knew the solution to this challenge, did you think this was a brilliant challenge, or did you think it was kind of dumb?
Now that I know the answer, I feel like it's useful information, but I wish they would have staged it a little bit differently.
Okay.
Because it's kind of misleading in a way.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess that the part about the regex is kind of misleading. Is that what you're trying to say?
Or at least it seems misleading. Maybe not to other people, but it was misleading to me.
Okay, so Skibbity Sigma Mail says, is DeepSeek better than ChatGPT? The reason why I use ChatGPT is that ChatGPT doesn't give me attitude when I'm trying to ask questions about hacking. ChatGPT, you have to prepend everything with this is a CTF challenge. We're doing ethical hacking. We're not doing anything illegal with everything that you type. Otherwise, it'll say I'm not allowed to tell you about hacking stuff. So that's the reason why I use DeepSeek over ChatGPT. Oh, sorry. Yeah. DeepSeek doesn't give you the attitude. ChatGPT does give you the attitude.
I don't have that though.
Okay, so suppose we wanted to get the error messages back. How could we manipulate the command to do so? Supposing that we can't subtract anything.
Okay, I'll just open it and just play it. I'm not.
Okay, so let's see. CEO says you need a command prompt to bypass the safeguard in the AI tool. It helps a lot. Okay. I mean, I generally don't really sign into any of these LLM tools, but yeah, I get what you mean. Phantom0078 says you should try Gemini 2.5 Pro preview. Maybe. So would I access this from Gemini.com? Gemini.google.com. Are you a person who uses a lot of different LLM models, Oreobite?
I mean, I kind of was until the website's like, oh, that's not going to work anymore.
Oh, yeah?
There was a website called like Poem or something where it was a collection of different ones where you can prompt like Llama or GPT, or you just bounce between them in like one platform.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were asking for payment and stuff, and I went somewhere else. And by somewhere else, I mean I didn't go anywhere. So I didn't have time to find a replacement site. Files. Not.
This isn't. DeepSeek has not given me the answer. Okay, so one more time.
Oh, it defaults. Okay. Already defaults to this. So, theoretically, maybe. Oh.
Is there? Man. So okay. So Oreobite, your hint was that we need to find a way to get the error messages again, and we need to find
How do I phrase this up without like completely giving away the answer? As I carefully navigate my like tabs and programs that are open. Duck AI. What is that a real thing?
Duck AI? Never heard of it. CEO Ditz says Grok is more powerful than DeepSeek. Grok is more powerful than DeepSeek, but I mean, isn't just using? Well, I mean, some people could say that using DeepSeek is political. Some people say that using Grok is also political, but it's hard to say.
The head does not redirection, but it is based off of a file, kind of.
Okay, could you repeat that?
Well, it's not redirection. It's using something that isn't stopped by redirection to dev null, basically.
Oh, okay.
Something that is immune. Because the variable is just like their passwords. It's like command, password, variable, and then set to dev null. So like what do you supply that is immune? I don't know, I'm just flopping on this challenge. I don't know why. It doesn't see the
Well, I've got some suggestions. I guess I'll try out whatever is in the suggestions.
Let's say they used yeah, they just played receive.
Okay, so
Yeah. Alternative to let's see.
CEO says, no, I don't see things in that way. For me, it's a tool if you can use it properly and recheck the content. Recheck the content is very powerful. So we're still talking about Grok. Okay. Well, I mean, listen, I'm okay. I'm okay using whatever whatever tool is out there, it's fine. Grok AI chat. Okay, so it's I can just chat with Grok here. Is this it? So x.ai Grok. Okay. Probably need an X count. I mean, can we run it without logging in? That would be nice. Okay, so what command in Linux ignores redirection such as devnull? Okay, let's ask this question. I don't know if this is correct. No, I want a command. Okay, so I'll take answers from the chat if you have a command that is going to ignore the redirection, but can still be used to read files. Let us know. It's not cat less or more. Okay. CEO says you can use it without logging in, but it's limited. It's not cat. It's not less, not more, head or tail. Tamwile says you can use T. I'll try T. tdev. Do you need to supply the full command and path when prompted? Oh, Oreobyte, do you need to supply the full command, the full file path for the command, or can you just use, the command by itself? Okay, well, I mean, you know what? Grok got us there. Grok supplied the correct command. Is the Oreobyte, is the answer script? Is the answer the script command?
Go praise printf.
Oh,
But I guess
you use printf? Okay.
yeah, I guess script works too.
That's
You could try printf real quick.
okay. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, if you say that you use printf, then
Just for
yeah,
sanity
printf
check.
works. Okay, so printf works, script works, and what exactly was? I mean, I don't understand why the error messages being redirected to dev null also throws out the standard output, because like to dev null is standard error, right? I don't understand why we're not able to read anything if we're not redirecting.
Because you
Okay.
do like echoes. Is it like echo string to dev null?
Echo string to dev null? Hold on. Let's take a look at the script.
Should use echo too.
We could use echo? I don't think we can use echo.
No, like in bash, probably like use echoes. The what variable?
Could you repeat that?
Instead of printf or script, could use echo.
Well, I'm pretty sure we can't use echo. I mean, can we echo anything? We can't echo... Let's see. CEO says, imagine if I gave you the command to bypass the safeguard. Is there a safeguard? You can change the way Grok responds. I mean, I'm not trying to get Grok to do anything especially bad. Yo, I have a computer from 2011 and can't get it to boot. What do I do? Can you help me? You can't get it to boot. Well, I mean, what is the error message? If you can't get your computer to boot, it should give you an error message when it stops. So maybe if you could let me know what that error message is, I might be able to help you.
Is the hard drive corrupted?
Yeah, right. Is it something to do with the hard drive or the RAM or something else? Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch, so we'll run it on YouTube as well. And let's put on some birds. How about these birds? It is really hot. So let's show a fun bird bath. All right, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Just got to take a little water break. So the fun thing about this robin here is I'm pretty sure the same robin comes to the bird bath like 20 times a day or 40 times a day, and it gets in the bird bath, it takes a little bath, it flies away, then it comes back after 10 minutes, and it does the same thing, and it just keeps on taking this little bird bath. I think there might be something wrong with this bird.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. It just repeats the same action over and over again. I think it might be a bot.
Aren't birds not real?
You know, that's a good question.
That's like one of my favorite subreddits.
Yeah. Okay.
It was the one place I worked at. I was like the running joke like all day.
That birds aren't real, huh? They're all created by the government.
Because what we were working on at the moment had a bunch of bird footage. So
Okay.
the running joke was birds aren't real. That was a little while ago.
Well, it sounds like something from college or something, right?
Something like that.
Okay, we got the password for the next level. I can go ahead and do my little write-up here. So, Why can't I save this file? Oh, I haven't named it yet. Which level is this? This is level 15.
Or mainboard beep codes, couldn't humans repeat this.
Okay, so I have no idea why it says it's telling me missing operating system. I'm trying to put Linux on it. Yeah, I think what you need to do.
Oh, do you have secure boot enabled and it's failing because secure boot's enabled?
Well, I mean, this YouTube user says that they've got a computer from 2011. I'm pretty sure that there wasn't. I don't think there was secure boot back on the laptops back in 2011. Was there?
I don't remember. Secure boot. Extreme. Secure boot was on Windows 8, 8.1, and Server 2012. Was secure boot Windows 7?
Well, I mean, 2011 is probably going to be Windows. 2011, huh? That's still Windows 10, isn't it?
I don't think.
But yeah, Deluxie, I think Deluxie has it right. I think CEO DITS has it right. You should probably, when you're booting it up, you should probably hit like F10 on your laptop. It should send you to the BIOS. From the BIOS, you need to change the boot order from the hard drive to the USB, and then put in a USB with the Linux installation software on it, plug it into your laptop, and then it should be okay. Phantom says, what are these missions? So these are challenges from the Hack My VM website, and I'll just get you the base webpage. Okay, so these are HMV labs, and we're currently doing these ones right over here. So this is the page with the information. GredXT says, oh, is it 32-bit and you're trying to boot 64-bit? Well, I mean, it's very unlikely that there's going to be a 32-bit computer from 2011. I mean, it's not... Oh, it's like OTW Bandit. It's very similar to Over-the-Wire Bandit, yeah. Okay, so...
Now to make sure this thing isn't malicious before I run it on my computer.
What are you running some random code? What are you doing?
Just trying to find a decoder that will decode properly. Dude, from my phone did not work. Well, it worked, but it was the wrong answer.
May I ask what you're decoding from? Do you know what?
They give you a WAV file in this challenge,
Oh,
and if
WAV
you listen to the
file.
WAV file, it's obvious of like what it is, unless you've never encountered it before.
Oh, you mean like Morse code?
No, it's not Morse code. It's more. What am I listening to? Confused look than Morse code.
Okay.
Just
All right. So let's see. Let's do our write-up on the challenge.
making sure it's not malicious.
We're just... Okay, so this script was included in the home directory.
If it's phone keypad noises and not what I've been trying to do, I'm really sad.
Oh, phone keypad noises, jeez.
Because that's completely different.
I have no idea. It says it smells like it is... What? It sounds like it is bean? So the box you answer questions in Grok, you got Grok 3, and at the right arrow, you can change the way Grok answers. Where is it?
Oh, thanks for the 100 bits, Cyborg, that I missed 41 minutes ago. Oops. I swear, I need a fourth monitor.
I wonder if Slyborg is still hanging around.
Maybe they got food.
Slyborg, if you're out there, give us a sign. The computer is full. Oh, burning! It smells like burning. I mean, if something's burning inside the laptop, you shouldn't be able to boot it up. It shouldn't. You shouldn't see anything on the screen.
If it smells like burnt toast, I think you need to go to the hospital. Wasn't that the thing? If you smell burnt toast, there's no burnt toast, you're having a stroke.
Yeah, I think
you
that
go
was
to the
it.
hospital.
I think that was it. Okay, so I'm really curious as to why the script behaves in the way it does.
You're just cooking too hard. Hopefully that's not the case.
It's not a laptop. Oh, it's not a laptop. It's a desktop computer. I mean, same thing applies whether it's a desktop or a laptop computer.
Do you need to reapply the thermal paste, or is it too late?
CEO says, I got a 32-bit architecture computer, but I actually managed to install a 64-bit Linux on it. I don't understand how that's possible.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should, but can you?
Okay.
My power supply once blew up. Knock on wood.
That doesn't sound like wood.
It is, well, my desk doesn't sound like wood.
No, I mean, I guess the mic isn't picking it up. It sounds very metallic for some reason.
Unless the desk is like fake wood.
Not sure. Oh, it also could be that, well, your mic is on your desk, right? So that's going to mess up the sound.
It's an arm attached to my desk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably
that
the arm.
Does not.
It's probably the
help.
arm. The arm is shaking around when you tap the desk.
Okay. That seems fine. Oh, I didn't check I had to check that. And this is just yeah. Let's put the Docker file.
Okay, so what are we doing here? I need to finish up this write-up. Okay, so we guess that we need to supply the name of the command that reads the new or a new pass file, but nothing seems to work. The actual problem is the error redirection. Okay, so let's see. I have no idea. It says the CPU fan was not spinning. The CPU fan was not spinning. Oh, that is a really big problem. If the CPU fan is not spinning, that means that the that your CPU is going to overheat very, very quickly. And in that case, you can't use your computer. So you're going to
Do you
need
need
to
to-
you need to replace your CPU fan. Okay, so CEO DITS says Grok and the down. I don't see this window you're talking about. Oh, this down arrow key. This one? What do you want us to do? Oh, Grok 3. So we can change it from Grok 3 smartest to custom instructions, not set. I think this is what you're talking about, right? Psyched says, I have arrived. Also, nice collab. Psyched, nice to see you here. And Psyched, I didn't know that you were, you stream pretty regularly, don't you, Psyched? I think I saw your Twitch page. And you stream, For Honor pretty regularly, right? Skibbity Sigma Mel says, maybe the CPU thing is not spinning because your CPU is not hot enough. I don't think that's a real issue. Yeah, go on.
I mean, that depends on like the BIOS setting. Like, do you have it set where it will only go on when it's like too hot? I mean, that's some laptops do that.
GradXT
is really
says, walk
bad.
to the nearest micro center and get a new fan. Joke because the nearest micro center is usually miles away. It's usually hours away or in another state. I've never heard of micro center. Have you? Oreo Bite?
Micro Center,
This must be like a US thing because they're not in Canada.
Micro Center is basically a computer store where they help you build computers and have a bunch of parts. However, if you don't live next to one, it sounds cool, but there's no way for you to access it.
Well, I mean, is there? I mean, I could name a bunch of computer, like a bunch of computer stores in Canada, but they probably don't exist in the United States. Maybe like Best Buy is probably the closest thing.
I feel like Best Buy is more than just computer parts because they do like appliances too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if you could get computer parts at Best Buy. Can you?
You can. Just not, I guess, very complex parts. If you need
Okay.
a fan, sure. If you need a keyboard, sure.
All
A
right.
mic, sure.
Psych says,
If you need a custom water block, maybe
okay.
not.
But Psych, yeah, if you wanted to stream like cybersecurity stuff, we could raid into your stream, or like other people could we could all form a community and stuff. That would be pretty cool.
Yes, it's running.
You can still stream For Honor if you like. You know what? I played For Honor way back when it came out. For Honor is it's a really old game. It's probably like it's probably getting close to like 10 years old at this point, right? Tamwell, after converting, I installed 64-bit Kali Linux and it works great. That's almost hitting that year 10. Close. You know what? I wanna recreate this script on my own computer. Just a second. Okay, so if we take the script and then we go to another terminal.
Oh, that did not work like at all.
What kind of games do you guys usually play, if any? I play these days. I'm playing FTL. I listen to the FTL soundtrack, and I really like blowing up ships in FTL. What are you playing as far as games are concerned, Oreo Bite?
Well, after StarCraft 2 stopped working for some reason on Linux,
Oh,
I'm playing way too much Super Animal Royale instead.
Wait. Are you talking about Super Auto Pets? What is Super Animal Royale?
It's basically a top-down battle royale.
It's a top-down battle.
You play as animals with weapons.
Oh, I think
And you go pew pew at other people.
I think I've heard of it before.
And this did not work.
Okay, so echo. This is a password. Okay, so we've got the script.
Harris Pots container. Docker PS, Docker stop.
But to answer your question, yeah, I've been playing faster than light, FTL faster than light. This is I'm still trying to beat the game because it's a tough little game.
Docker images, Docker.
I have no idea why it says it is night in the U.S. I think you're probably on the East Coast. I have no idea because I mean, I'm on the West Coast and it's still pretty light outside here. It's probably gonna be light for another hour and a half. Psych says, so wait, how did you find out that I streamed? I visited your stream. I visited your page on Twitch and I saw you had a bunch of streams there. That's how I figured it out. Oh, you know, GradXT, you're in Florida, right? But what gave it away? Well, I mean, I just visited your Twitch page for fun one of these days.
So you did OSINT.
I did some open source intelligence, yeah. GradXT says East Coast, not in Florida at the moment. We had some people in chat earlier who were looking for InfoSec communities in Miami. Because I was talking about how, you know, to get your first InfoSec job, you should probably get in good with the local community. And they can probably direct you towards open positions. Okay. I mean, okay. It wasn't you. I think it might have been Sick in the Mind or somebody else. Somebody else on Twitch. One of the regulars. Okay, so let's run this. So yeah, Oops. This is a weird little script.
Which script?
I'm still talking about the script from the previous level.
Oh.
I'm doing a couple of experiments with it.
Well, that didn't work.
So yeah,
Smoke Decoder 3. Okay, is there like any online website to decode this absurd noise? Other than like Robot 36.
Still working on the same issue. This is level 19, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Psyched in Twitch chat says, normally people find out I stream when they expose me and say, oh my god, is that Psyched? Okay. CODITS says you can convert the 32-bit to the 64-bit. I can clip a video and post it on YouTube. The laptop I'm talking about was bought in 2014. I got another one more powerful to code AI and other types of jobs. I have no idea why. It says someone gave me 3 computers with different problems with each of them. Did they say that you could keep the computers if you figured out the problems? Is that, I mean, that sounds like a pretty good deal. I mean, if you can't figure out the problems, you can at least scrap them for parts. What?
You can use your address 36. Yeah, I did
Hold on.
that. What?
I recreated the script from the level I was working on, and it is not nearly as complicated as the one on the actual server.
Oh. Hold on, let me go my phone so I can decode those.
So there's obviously something extra going on with the script that's running on the server. Okay, okay. Let me finish off my write up. Jeez. Okay, the program actual problem is redirecting everything to DevNull. Wait, so what if we wanted to redirect standard in and standard out Linux? Psych says, my ears. My ears? What is going on? Okay, redirect standard error and standard out in bash. So and okay, so it's ampersand something. Okay, let's try that out. So if we okay, let's try this again.
Okay, that decoded before. What gives? It's like not doing it now.
What?
Huh?
My terminal. Oh man.
Oh no, I have the audio in the wrong spot. Okay, what gives? But yeah, this is this challenge, whatever that is. And
Oh. Okay, you were playing some stuff on the on your channel. It was it typing?
audio spectrogram.
Okay.
If it's hidden stego and like if we just throw it into like Audacity, I would be really sad. Audacity.
Okay, I'm going. I don't really understand how the how this thing is working. I guess I could take a look at. I wonder if there are any write-ups for this challenge. So let's see, Athena. It's what is this called? Hades. hackmyvm.eu. Sykes says, your volume on Shyhat is pretty low, by the way. OreoBite barely hears him. OreoBite, can you hear my voice okay?
Oh, I turned my audio down because it's coming from the same desktop as the thing I was trying to decode, which was breaking everybody's ears.
Oh, okay.
Yippee! So I turned it down by like 20 decibels. Oops.
Yeah, I don't think I could look up a write-up for this even if I wanted to. Although it looks like somebody's done a write-up for Hades level 41 to 51, which seems kind of ridiculous. I didn't know that it went up that high. Hold on.
Okay, well, I'm going to...
Oh, wow. Somebody's done a write-up for all the Hades labs. Huh. Well, I might as well take a look. This was level... Oh, okay. This is level 15, right? Yeah.
Unfortunately, decoding the audio is basically screaming into people's ears, so that's fun. I decoded it once properly on my phone.
Okay,
any
Andrew, hey sir, can you help me with an account recovery? I really need the help. Which account is this? Are you talking about your email, or are you kind of talking about something else? Okay, we got ads, so let's run the ads, and let's put on some birds. Let's play my favorite video. My favorite video with the birds. Here you go. I'll be back in about a minute. I just need to take a little water break.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the Shyhat so I can recapture this again. Where's my VLC? So I can tell you what I'm talking about without that getting in the way.
Okay, NES says, really need the help. It's a Gmail or Google account. I can't give you any advice that that everybody else can't give you as far as recovering your Gmail account. I'm pretty sure you need to have the account connected to another backup account or a phone number.
Just grab those.
I can hear that through your mic, OreoBite. OreoBite, can you turn that down, please? All right, I'm gonna turn down OreoBite because it's really loud. All right, hold on. I need to send in a message to OreoBite. OreoBite, you can please give me a message when you finished playing those sounds, please. Oh my gosh, it's still going on. Cypher says, "Are you sending an image? It's one of those SSTV images, I think. Just turn them down. Yeah. But Anea, I'm sorry to say that I can't. I don't think I can help you with this problem. Getting back into your email account. Now my ears, Sigma Gat says, now my ears are down. Burn down the building. Did somebody plug in? I don't have Idea's PC back in. Is it still going? Are you done playing the sounds?
Okay, I got it again. Sorry for destroying everybody's ears.
Jeez. Oh, nice bird.
Yippee.
All right. I forgot that I was still playing my bird video.
You still there, the shy hat?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah. Hello?
Okay, yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Okay, so what is... So does this explain what is going on in this thing? Okay, so we got some... I think this is Taiwanese. So it's either a Taiwanese or somebody from Hong Kong who's writing this. Because this is traditional Chinese. Anyways, let's go ahead and translate that.
Okay, this is what
Okay.
let's do okay.
You know, the blog doesn't explain what is going on either, so that sucks. All right. Anea says you can't use a zero click or burp suite. No, that's not. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. If you could recover anybody's Gmail by using some sort of hack, then people would be doing it all the time to break into other people's email. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that.
Okay, so
What about
you run the robot?
Yep.
You do the robot thing, and you get this string. Great. You try to use it as their password, it doesn't work. I'm super confused. So.
Okay.
So. We retype that. CK. ZL. Or 1. Could be a 1 too. NVM.
So we can.
Oh, is that a Q? Is that a Q? Oh no. Is that a Q? Oh no. Oh no. I swear, if that's a Q, I'm gonna lose my mind.
CEO DITS says we have to hack Google servers to access. We have to hack Google's servers to access those passwords. What about the WhatsApp number? I'm afraid I can't tell you about any secret methods to hack into people's Google Mail accounts or into WhatsApp. That's not what we do over here, unfortunately. Okay, so
It was a Q. Ah!
No. Listen. It's fine. It's fine. The problem is that I don't know how to do these things. I don't know how to, hack somebody's Gmail, and I don't know how to hack anybody's. I don't know how to hack anybody's WhatsApp either. So I can't help you like that. Sorry to say.
It was a Q, not a O. I got the password. It only took me
You solved it. You solved level 19. Is that what you're trying to say?
it only took breaking everybody's ears.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. That was the only reason why I knew how to solve that one is because there was a previous CTF challenge that also
Use the same kind of concept.
used the same, like, it's a WAV file they have to decode. We don't need any of this silly stuff now. Just remove.
Well, if you've seen something before, that means you can solve it again, right?
The problem is the queue is hidden. The tail of the queue is hidden. So yeah. Test. That's question. Queue. JPEG. I give a test. Okay. Cybersecurity is one of those things that you can learn, and it's good to learn, but at the same time, it's should you?
Should you? Well,
Flag. Contain.
okay. So, what do we got? This is the command we give. We just need to provide printf as the answer.
The user seems invisible.
Okay. That's one level down and only took about 2 hours. Okay, let's move on to the next level. This is the level where we're supposed to script something out.
Huh? Wait. String. Tail. 6 lines.
Siva, are you? No. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, you know, people come in. People come in, and it's like, you're hackers. You know, you have to help me hack something. I can't help you hack stuff that doesn't belong. That doesn't belong to me, basically.
Here. It's not like cat here.
Okay, so some people don't understand what ethical hacking is in Black Hat hackers. Every hacker is the same hacker. That's not the same. That's not exactly. It's not exactly correct. Let's see. GretXT says if you were hacked and you're trying to get back in, get in contact with Google support. That'd be the only way forward. I would emphasize that it isn't an easy task. It's all automated. Okay, so what's going on in this level? So,
that one I did by hand. Have fun.
User Eagle has a good memory for numbers. I don't have a good memory for numbers. I can barely remember my own telephone number. Okay, so
as long as you remember the one that you used to call for help, that's all that matters.
Yeah, 911, is that the only one we need to remember?
Depending on where you live, it's different, but sure.
Okay. So what's in here? So there's an re.sh.
Tristicks.
Okay, so Siva asks,
yeah.
Do you use VirtualBox or VMware? I use VirtualBox.
It's not even installed. If it is StegSnow, I'm gonna be very sad.
Okay, so GretXT, are you working on these challenges as well? Let us know if you are.
So StegNow or StegSnow show.
Kai Park has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you.
Every time I read it, I always think it spells like StegSnow, which is not correct, I think. Right? Am I being...
What?
No. StegSnow? Yeah, StegSnow. Or StegNow. It's a command line utility where you're basically giving an ASCII, like a text file, and it shows you all the hidden stuff. But for that to work, I would have to base64 here. We'll just do a silly transfer. Yeah, let's just try that. And then
GradXT is
Roll the
is
one.
vibe coding in Go right now. How long have you been studying Go? I'm curious how long you've been learning Go, or if you've learned it at all, or if you're just trying it out by using vibe coding.
Now we have our file. Now we can do stag snow. And then I brought the argument. I think it's just C output. Oh. C here. Here.ex. Did I type exe instead of txt? I'm smart. And then I can get output, and it's empty.
Okay, so
Digital forensics. Stego. Stag snow. Just the file name.
GradXT says, just recently I wanted to port a Python script that does a type of network scanning to Go. It's supposed to be more performant for networking. So is Go? Well, I mean, I can believe you, because apparently people say that the Python is slow all the time. So Go must be faster than Python as far as getting this stuff done.
It is invisible. Stag snow did not work.
GradXT says, why gobuster is beloved over dirb? Yeah, so dirb is well, it's not very fast. Gobuster, much faster.
Unless that's the password, it's like super broken.
So I have no idea. Says, redeem SJ. Oh, I'll do that for you. I have no idea.
Mr. Schwab.
That's the Stellar J call, just in case you were wondering. Okay, so, how many... You know, OreoBite, may I ask you how many numbers you need to input before you get the password for this challenge? Is it 100? Is it 1,000?
No. It's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 13.
It's 13 numbers.
Have fun typing.
We should probably... How do we script this out?
I did not script it at all. I just typed it by hand.
You did it by hand, of course. Well, I mean, if you can do it by hand, sure. But we should probably script it out. So
while you script it out, I'm gonna get another drink of water or something.
Okay. Do we script it out, or do we... GredXT says, I did a challenge where you had to correctly predict a PRNG ahead of time. Did you have you must have had access to the source code. Otherwise, it's that was kind of it's kind of an impossible challenge. Enter one number. Well, I mean, if we just do this, 1, 2, 3, 5. No. 1, 2, 3, 6. No. 1, 2, 3, 7. 1, 2, 3, 8. 1, 2, 3, 9. 1, 2, 3, 10. I wonder what the heck this is. The seed was current time it was compiled. You had to read the decompiler or assembly. I have no idea. It says 6969. That's nice twice. That must be it, of course. So 4 doesn't work, right? Yeah, 4 doesn't work. 1, 2, 3 works. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 doesn't work. 11 doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 12. 1, 2, 3, 13. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Tamwell says, "Are you on X or Wayland?" X or Wayland? I'm on X. Let me get you my X account. Hold on. So x.com. So if you wanted to talk on X, huh? That's funny. If you're not logged in, you can't see any of my posts. It's kind of strange. Oh, okay. Xorg. These are display managers. Sorry. CEO says, we should build a community focused on cybersec. I would be more than happy to jump around. Sorry, there's a lot about technology I don't know about. So 14 doesn't work. 15 doesn't work. Oh, Slyborg is here. Wow, that's great. Is that my emote? Wow, it is my emote. Wow, great. Thank you. I kind of forgot that I've got that I have emotes. If you're on Xorg, you can use XDO tools to automate all this typing. So you were just trying to figure it out. Slyborg, hey, what were you working on today? Were you doing gaming or were you doing cybersecurity stuff? Let us know in the chat. Okay, so we need to figure out what the solution is over here. It probably doesn't have anything to do with this script here. Numbers, mission flags. You know what? I think we can't read this file. We can't transfer this file around. It'd be nice if we were able to inspect the file, but I don't think we can do that either. I have no idea says, do you do game streams? I mostly do cybersecurity content. If people are interested in watching me game, I would be very surprised. But let me know. Let me know if you're interested in watching gaming, because I need to know that people actually want to watch. Ori.sh, numbers. So how do we do this in Python? I have no idea. I have no idea. Says I would. Well, maybe we might do a game stream sometime in the future. Just let us know by sticking around the community. But I have no idea. Are you a cybersecurity student? Are you looking to get into the industry? Let us know. Let us know what your relationship is with hacking and stuff. Probably something with subprocess module. So, Okay, let's ask the AI here. So we have CTF challenge. We need to access a binary and input numbers in order. There are certain numbers that are disallowed and cause the binary to exit. We need to systematically input the correct numbers and skip over the disallowed numbers. What was that sound? Okay, so the ones that, the numbers that are not allowed, okay, so let's run numbers. So we need to start with 1, we need to follow it up with 2 and 3. And then we need to give the next one in order. CEO says, me too, I've recently finished my credentials and opened a cybersecurity company in France that is called Defense IT Solutions, DITS, with experience around. I've loved technology since I was a young kid. Great to hear, great to hear. You know what? I think... Are you looking to get a role in cybersecurity, or are you trying to grow your company? What does your company, what services does your company provide? CEO DITS. Okay, so partnership and grow. Okay. But if you live in a big city, my recommendation is to go to meetups where all the cybersecurity people talk, and they talk about cybersecurity, talk about hacking stuff. Usually, there's going to be at least one time a month that these groups are going to meet up. You need to make friends with them, and then from there you can make all sorts of partnerships. Oreo Byte, I think are you muted on my end? I don't think your mic is on, Oreo Byte. Okay, so what are we doing here? So echo brute force to find which numbers crash the binary from 1 to 1,000. Well, I mean, can we just do it like this? This logs crashing numbers in disallowed.txt. Pretty sure he's AFK. Okay, well, I mean, you know. We should probably go somewhere where we can actually write a file. So in that case, maybe we can go over to... What directory is this? Pandora. Okay. So make a directory. We'll call it temp. Move into the directory. Okay. GradXT says, I help organize one at my university. If you're going to school not online, look for something like that. Otherwise, there's usually one that happens every year in a sizable city, like B-Sides. Yeah, so if you live near Paris, there's going to be a B-Sides Paris. Most larger universities are also going to have a cybersecurity club, and you can look for people in the cybersecurity scene in those clubs as well. Chandan HA says, I'm new here, and I don't know what you're doing. I'm just curious, can you bypass a payment on the web? Bypass a payment on the web? What do you mean? I hope you're not asking me to do any illegal hacking, because we don't do anything illegal over here.
Alright, I'm back. What I miss?
Not much. Got people asking questions on YouTube chat. But yeah, I'm trying to script it out now. Okay.
Yeah, I was getting water and then responding to my friend's dance question really quickly.
Oh yeah.
They sent me their footage for their competition. They were asking advice. So okay. So not that. Is that the password? I have no idea. That's a bunch of garbage.
Okay, Sigma says, gotta head out for the night. Great stream. Looking forward to the next one. Hey, thank you very much for coming by, Sigma. Let's give you a Hack the Planet to see you out. See you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Sorry for being AFK.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I have no idea. Says the computer won't boot. Now what should I do? You mean you don't get any message on the screen? Can you tell us what you tried before? CODITS says, I have provided service to the government, troubleshooting some emergency radios for civil protection, pen testing their websites and networks. Cypher asks, can you tell me how to sell organs on the black market? You know what? Maybe you might want to try asking ChatGPT. GradXT says, if it burned up any number of things that could have gone wrong, perhaps you'd like to replace the PSU. Perhaps it's a fault in the PSU that killed the motherboard, CPU, anything. Danush asks, recently my hard drive is corrupted. I recovered the data with the help of some software, but the photos and files are corrupted. Can we help you out to fix it? The photos and files are corrupted. The photos and files are corrupted. Can you help me out to fix it? I think there's some specialized software that you can use to recover files. So, but which one would you use? I guess you could try using Autopsy. So if you're, let's see, I'll give you the website. Okay, here's the site. Give this software a go. It might be able to help you out. Red Sea says, hello, Frogman. Hello, Red Sea. Nice to see you here. Okay, so let's see. echo I disallowed. Well, I mean, this is only going to get... I don't think... This'll work only to a very...
Yeah, isn't Recover only for Windows though?
Which one?
Recover.
Recover? I've never used
Recover
it. I've never
is,
used it
I
before.
think made by the same people that made CCleaner, I believe. Unless somebody else bought it.
Permission denied. What's going on in here?
Did you get past the script? Or
Which one? No. I'm trying to find a script. I'm trying to write up a script to automate it. If your files are obfuscated, I would hesitate to use a third-party app. Probably the same problem with the motherboard. Nothing will pop up. I replaced the CPU fan. You replaced the CPU fan already? Wow. That was fast. Why does it say permission denied here? Oh, you had one laying around, okay.
okay, do we think this is the password? Because this is all gibberish. Unless this is like... yeah. Not invoking any confidence at all.
Sigma says, my college just posted me on a bunch of social media sites. My OPSEC is ruined. That's man, that's kind of a jerk move on the kind of your college.
Always ask for permission first.
Yeah, well, I mean, you might be able to do something. I don't think you're going to be able to. Well, you could ask the college to take that stuff down. Okay, how about we write this thing in Python instead?
Can't do strings. Hidden characters. Well, to the internet, so I have no idea. Hidden.
This looks like a pretty long script. All right, let's see if... I didn't copy it. Hold on.
It looks like we could just use the tr command. That's so.
Oh boy, what are we doing here? Okay, so binary path. So I need to... But Sigma, I hope you're able to resolve this issue with your college. Okay, so binary path. Starting number is here, ending number is here. Keyword and standard error indicating a crash. Adjust is needed. Okay, so if it's a bad number, it outputs the letters NO.
Command you can blank turn every special character into. I want to display.
There's more than one Sigma in the Twitch chat. In my Twitch chat, there's Sigma Gat, and there's Skibbity Sigma Male. So it's the battle of the Sigmas over here. One person is Skibbity, and the other person is Sigma. Let's see. CEO says B-sides on the 12th of July. I'm gonna have to look online. Also saying I got the dates of the events in France. It looks cool. Awesome. Sigma Gat is also a crazy name. I'm glad you like it. Double nested sum. That's bad complexity. Okay, so. Prevents hanging if the binary freezes. Well, let's see if this works just off the bat. I mean, sigma is a sum symbol in math, of course. Okay, so
okay, so how do we reveal the characters as special characters? Because it looks like it's just an encoding thing.
Oh.
But I'm not sure if that's gonna actually fix the problem. Like, yeah, I guess it could, like. Okay. I'm staring at the like special eye characters. I'm just like, what do I do with this? Okay. Need that.
Man, this does not work.
Capital V. Invalid.
Okay, so let's see. Mohammed Rafay asks, I'm compiling an Arch Linux kernel at 6 a.m. What are you doing? I'm not doing that. It sounds like some GTA music on a mission. Oh no, this is Dungeon of the Endless. It's It's a pretty fun like tower defense game, sci-fi themed. I don't know if you're talking about the same music I am. Okay, so should probably same music. Okay, okay.
Is this supposed to be Morse code? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 lines.
So, but Mohammed, just to answer your question, we're doing some security exercises over at this website over here. If you know about Over the Wire or the Bandit CTF game, it's kind of similar to that. Okay, so we need to simplify the script by a lot. Okay, so
if we did like DOS copy. We did like DOS to Linux, Unix.
I definitely know what you're talking about. Okay, that's great. But yeah, I just if you want to try this stuff out yourself, you can go over to that link. It'll tell you about the SSH command you need to use to access the game.
The Shy Hat, what would you suggest if you
what's going
have
on?
a file with text in it where it has special characters, but you can't carve them out with like hex or let's just find our place. Huh. I'm still getting used to like the conjoined chats, so we don't do this like every day.
Yeah, you just have to make sure which of the viewers are actually in your chat and which ones are in mine.
Stuxos was savvy, not the answer. Or if it is, then the password is really weird. I actually already tried the whole string. That's the password. We just get this like... Oops.
Oh, so if you have a RAM stick that might have some dirt on it, how would you clean it off with some alcohol or something?
Well, technically, there was a technician I used to talk to that would clean computer components with water.
Oh,
and then
what?
just dry them really, really well.
Is that what
And
you?
they were fine.
Was it fine?
But I would say it's isopropyl alcohol. Or something that will evaporate quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Did you provide that answer just to trigger people?
No, it's not to trigger people. I'm just saying it's something I know somebody did at one point in time.
Okay.
Put that under the umbrella of just because you can doesn't mean you should.
All right.
Okay, moving on. So
Okay,
No
so let's
water,
just
huh?
see if this first thing works. Hey Oreobite, could you do me a solid and tell me what the what the first allowed number after the number 123 is? Because it seems to be a
oh,
really
it's just that again.
what 123 followed by 123? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You mean it doesn't necessarily have to go up?
Oh well, guess, but no, but you'll see.
Sigma says I completely forgot I was supposed to leave. Oh, I mean you don't have to leave if you don't want to. But here we'll give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome. Yeah, there you go.
I'll just say that it's a singular number. It's not like two numbers grouped together.
Oh, you know what? That's
If
really
you're
funny.
trying to do that.
That changes my my approach completely. Is it true that blowing on my cartridges actually damaged them rather than fixed them? If you blew moisture onto them, then maybe. But yeah, that was I think that's it was confirmed that was a myth that blowing on the cartridges helps them work. Did you used to do that when you were a kid, Oreobite? Blow on the Nintendo cartridges to, in case they were acting up?
I started on the PS2.
Oh, okay.
So no.
I guess you're not as ancient as the rest of us then.
I still remember playing Civilization 3 though. And Crimson Skies. Anybody in the chat play Crimson Skies on PC? That old game from like 2000 and I don't even remember. No. Do you remember disc on your shirt? No, I do not do that. As a purple alcohol works great. Perfect. Glad to hear it. No, but we did. I got a game for Christmas a long time ago. We put in the game and it was just broken. Like the whole game was broken. Oh well. Okay, yeah, we see the hidden characters with capital A. Tabs.
Tamal says, if I were you, I would use Pwn tools or XDO tools to automate those numbers inputting. So, one thing I need to figure out about this this binary here is enter one number, enter the next number, enter the next number. You know what? I might just do this manually because, alright, so... Let's just do this manually.
Time to do it the Oreo way.
Yeah, the Oreo way, is that what you call it? Okay, sure.
You sound very unamused.
It's fine, it's fine. I'll figure out how to do it, how to script it, some other time. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the sequence is at least 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
That's almost 50% of the way there.
Yeah?
Okay, cat dash a show hidden character. Actually, what if we just did like, what if we just chuck this in like Cyber Chef? Because
Let's see. Okay. So Tamwell, I'll take a look. I'll take a look at the at this document here. Stash it away. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do. I'm just going to solve this manually, and then I'll come back, and I'll find a way to automate it afterwards.
Pwn Tools is great. It does a lot more than just like automate exploitation. You can also like assemble assembly. It can do a lot of things. It's more forgiving instead of Keystone Engine, which breaks. Or you install both of them and they fight each other. Cyber Chef.
Okay, so the next number is 9. Great.
Having fun yet?
Yeah, a lot of fun.
I'm sorry, you sound so disappointed. I'm just smiling because I got that so quickly and I was very surprised. I thought that
You got
would
it
take
quickly,
me,
you
like,
say? Okay.
Okay, Cyber Chef was not the answer.
So you say that the I kept the link for you provided for those exercises. It looks great. The exercises you're talking about, are you talking about the YouTube playlist, or are you talking about the GitHub stuff? CEODITS.
For me? Or somebody else?
Oh, I'm talking to somebody in YouTube chat.
Oh. So this can't be the password, right?
Okay, so let's see. Keeper Crypt says, "What are you guys working on?" These are sites that show the ASCII encoding. There are sites that show ASCII encoding. Oh wait. Phantom's talking to you. OreoBite.
Oh.
So Cryptkeeper asks what we're working on in YouTube chat. Let me give you a link. So these are a bunch of challenges. If you know about Over the Wire Bandit, then you should. These challenges are going to look very, very similar. So they're just some hacking challenges.
Well, the question is, what type of can I upload? Because usually if you're doing like base64 from like Linux to Windows, you have to like set it to the right encoding. And I tried to use like DOS to Unix, thinking that it was like in some other format, and that didn't work. So, how do we figure out what format it's in? Or do we just say like convert it just to like Linux format? Like I convert Linux format, which would be like cat I convert reading and writing from a file. I convert.
Fun time 23. Why are you doing 123 123 every time? We're just trying to figure out a sequence of numbers, and the sequence of numbers that work look like this so far. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 9, 1 something. So we need to figure out the next number. We got ads. Okay. Hold on. Here are some birds.
Yo,
all right.
Don't work.
We're gonna take a break to have some water. We'll be back in just about a minute or so.
You okay over there? I give it this process file.
Okay, so Funtime 23 said, bro, it said 8. Did it say 8? I need to check it one more time. Okay, so okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 9, 1, 8. It was an 8. It's 911. It's 911. Two, 4, 6, 8, 9. So you said it was 13 digits, OreoBite?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Tamal says, why do you want to suffer so bad by doing it manually? Call an ambulance, but not for me. I think we'll get it done eventually.
L2 Linux figure out file encoding.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Figure out what coding format use Linux. File dash I. Character set. File. Octal stream binary. So
Okay.
okay, I'm just kind of like slowly like filing.
What's going on? Are you on on level number 20?
Yeah. File BL BI BI. Oh, that just removes the file name. Do not want to do that. Oh, here we go. Is this what I want?
Okay.
Yes. So it's just an ASCII, MPD file, .txt. Oops, I mean, it's also an ASCII.
Okay, I'm getting pretty close. I'm getting pretty close. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so only 2 more numbers left to go, according to Oreo Byte.
Is this what you're expecting when you like, hey, let's do this again?
Nope, wasn't expecting this. Didn't know what to expect. But you know what? I think I'm a single number away from getting this. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Only one more number.
Encode. Is that a part of? Okay, there's a command called encode guess, but that's also what US ASCII. That's kind of redundant. So if we do encode guess on file. Okay, well, that doesn't.
Okay, so Tamwile, hello. Replace numList. You will have all the versions of the numbers one after another. Yeah, no, I mean it's okay. It's okay. I just need to guess this last number, and then we'll be done.
I convert because wait. Okay, that doesn't change it. But that doesn't really display it either. And if we do this into 1. Okay, good. Huh? I convert. Okay. Windows. I convert to code.
Wow, I finished it. That was really dumb. Okay.
To code equals to code.
There's no pattern to this. Is there a pattern? I don't think so.
To code from code to code.
Okay. Okay. So let's do the write up.
So we can have all the codes.
Oh, wow, we've got Mass Effect. Yeah, let's play some Mass Effect music. Okay.
Ooh. God.
Okay, string of numbers into the numbers binary. I'm going to figure out how to script this a little bit later. Okay, and let's create this last one over here.
Okay, let's just pray that this is gonna work. So to all I convert, and then do for I in
password.
cut all I convert do I convert to I WTF done. The password is arc. Okay. I think that's it.
Okay.
Password. Sequence is illegal.
Method of solve.
Can you give me the SSH crowds? Yeah, for this challenge.
DeepSeek said the last digit will be 3. If only DeepSeek was this confident. Well, okay. All LLMs are they always give you very confident answers. What level is this? Is this level 17? Yeah, that's level 17. Okay, it's getting a bit late on my end. OreoBet, how long are you going to be streaming for?
I'll go a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go a bit longer.
We're the only people on InfoSec streams right now.
That does happen.
Doesn't it though? Yeah. Okay. So everybody, it was fun struggling on these challenges with OreoBite, but we weren't exactly working on the same thing. One of these days we should work on the same challenges at the same time. That would be nice.
Yeah. For the thing you recommended, did you do any of that? Other over-the-wire kind of style CTF?
Over the wire style kind of well, what are you talking about?
There was like another platform that had like a similar thing that you recommended. I never had the time to check it out.
Are you talking about the PowerShell stuff, or are you talking about something else?
Let me look. You said
Is this something I talked about in Discord?
Yeah. Nebula.
Oh, yeah. That's the PowerShell stuff. Let me get the link.
I'm not sure if you've done it.
No, I haven't done that stuff. I haven't done that stuff. Well, I think I've done the first 2 or 3 levels of the first game. So it's underthewire.tech. Yeah. Maybe we can do these PowerShell challenges over here. If anybody's wondering,
PowerShell always makes me
yeah.
It's powerful once you like get a handle on how to use it, but at the same time it's like I always get caught up in how come all the commands are so long.
It's because they really like being verbose.
Okay, and then for
But yeah, everybody, if you can, then go over to either my Twitch channel or OreoBite's Twitch channel and continue over there. But otherwise, we're going to be back on Wednesday. What are we going to be talking about on Wednesday? Let's discuss this. So on Wednesday, we're going to be doing some. Oh, hold on. OreoBite probably doesn't want to hear this.
Doing. I mean, you could talk about it. It's okay.
Okay. So
I'm just trying to look at what I did and realizing it didn't do what I expected. Oh, you just...
Okay. So we're doing reverse shells and bind shells as part of our network hacking course. So if you ever want to know how to catch reverse shells or set up bind shells, that's what we're going to be doing first. Then we're going to be doing some easy hacker type challenges over at hack.arg.dee. It's a really nice platform for learning about all sorts of fun little tech things. And then we're going to be doing some Gandalf.lekera.ai. We're basically going to be hacking the AI chatbot, and we're going to be sending our notes over to we're going to be using these notes to teach Claude AI how to do hacking stuff. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to do some hacking over at echoctf.red. It's mostly web app challenges over there, and we're going to be having a lot of fun over there as well. Okay, so sorry about that. Anyways, we're going to send the people over your way. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think I just that was the password.
Password?
I thought this was the password. SSH command too.
All right. We're going to be raiding in here in just a little bit. But until next time, it's been a lot of fun, and we will see you.
Oh,
we'll see
except
on
with the dash, without the dash I. That's an artifact from a different challenge.
We'll see you on Wednesday.
Okay, let's see.